Yo, 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 yo. Who up reading they stories? Not I, says the fly. Oh my god, these berries suck. I got berries at a different grocery store and they taste like unripe chemicals. Wow. That's terrifying. They were seasoned with glyphosate. What's up, Han Parm? Hanny Parmesan. Strauss Outdoors, welcome back for 7 months. What kind, though? They're the dirty dozen heaviest pesticides. Dude, maybe that's what I'm tasting. It doesn't say you have to wash them, though. Maybe they avoid produce starting with 4. What does that mean, 4? It's basically just mixed berries. We got raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, and some mango in there. But mango is never fucking ripe, bro. When they like pre-cut it, it's like you kind of have to just hold on to it. Can you give me and my girl a shout out? We love your stories. Some names are Dustin and Jessalyn. Welcome, Dustin, Jessalyn. Good to see you guys. Thanks you for listening. Appreciate you a lot. But yeah, how you guys doing? What's everybody up to this fine, what is it, Tuesday? No, it's a Wednesday. I don't fucking know. Take your trash out tonight. Is it trash night for you guys? Just take your trash out and throw it on the fucking street. What's up, Ike? You're at work. Dude, that's sick. How's work? Is work fun? Trash day was yesterday. Oh, okay. Is trash day a nationwide day? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they just like monopolize all trash collection to like one governmental agency, if it's not already that way. Take out the papers and the trash. Play Ark, man. I've played it. It's stupid. And I still play it, and it's still stupid. The only way I can tolerate that game is the fact that I have a bunch of money in it. I can just like go again with the same good shit. They use pesticides on produce that has a sticker with 4. Get produce that starts with 9. Oh. What about kosher shit? Should you go to like kosher markets and get like, do they have the best stuff ever? It's like borderline baby food. Feel the same about Marvel Rivals. Dude, Marvel Rivals just doesn't make sense to me because like, how are you supposed to like carry in that game when it requires so much communication to kill one person? Because like you'll get someone down to like -1 health and then their health will just like shoot up to 100 from the healing being so OP. That's like, how are you supposed to play? Like actually. I'll ask you about Joe Kent later. Joe Kent. Why does that name sound so familiar? Joe Kent. He is Trump slams counterterrorism official who quit over Iran. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I did see he didn't agree with it and he called out Israel, so I mean, that's a start, right? But who knows? Who knows? Sometimes it's like those kinds of things feel like counterintelligence or intelligence operations just to make people feel like everything's cool. Do you ever use a sauna? You know I don't, but I'd like to. Currently listening to a video of mine from 9 years ago. It's crazy. Which one is it? Time flies. The Vita shots are OP as fuck. Yeah, I never think to bring the Vita shots in. I always just have herbals and shit like that. But Lego Zach Boy, oh shit, I remember that name. Thank you for the 10. Said, hey, let's read. How are you today? I'm doing good, bro. How are you? I feel like we haven't seen you in a long time. There's a squirrel in my backyard leaving half-eaten oranges on top of the gazebo. Sons of bees, man. They're supposed to use every part of the orange. I'm gonna roll a fat blunt right now and listen to stream. That's what I like to hear. What's up, Joel? Needed this to get my mind off my ex hitting me back up. Yeah, forget them, dude. If things were bad, they're not going to get better, you know what I mean? And sex is just like a passing whatever. My dogs are totally unhinged right now. Malinois and Collie mix. My fiance works second shift, so they're up all night playing with the two cats. That's awesome. I've always been curious if Pradeep could like play with a dog and actually get along with them. And David, thank you for the 1. Appreciate you. Do you get a lot of compliments in your voice in your personal life? Because it's every tone my brain wants. No, I don't think anybody, like literally nobody notices my voice until I am in some context, like telling them about the voice, you know, about the channel, and they're like, oh, I can hear it now. It's good, you know, but I don't know. I'm in that phase of life where I don't interact with other humans at all. Very often. It's like a very small circle of other people. A fat blunt, this is always a great idea. Joel's chill-ass voice. The stories I listen to here help me a lot with creating my own fictional stories. I wonder if some of them are real here on your channel. Oh yeah, all of them. All sent in by you beautiful people. Which stories have you been writing lately? Holy moly, I don't know how they can miss it. You're the only voices I can fall asleep to. Maybe they do. Maybe they only notice it once I sneak up behind them in an alleyway and start talking into their ear and they just pass out. No chloroform needed. I just sort of have it eat oranges and trying to eat the sunflower seeds I planted. Oh, that's a good point. Those dang little squirlingtons coming out of hibernation. But anyways, guys, yeah, we got Lost in the Woods stories. Always a sick set to check out. Wart. Joel, if we were friends shopping at the mall and I threw a tantrum, what would you do? I guess we'd have to see if he needed a diaper change. I may threaten to withhold any popsicles. It is kind of funny though, like, you know, go to dinner with friends and my one buddy's daughter's like 5 and she's like, will be in like a great mood and then just abruptly is like in the booth like kicking and pissed off, and I don't even know. I feel like kids are trying to explain what they're pissed off about, but they just like can't. They like just like physically cannot articulate anything that they're actually upset about. It's just annoying. Because honestly, if it was your own kid, I feel like it would make sense to just like remove them from the situation, but I feel like that never happens. I've listened to you narrating so many Lost in the Woods stories while hiking through the woods also. Yeah, does it make you paranoid? Around 8 a.m. every morning, there's one that has an angry rant of squirrel chatter. That's funny. What's up, Justin? Greeting and salutation, reporting for duty. Reporting for poopy. It was a cold where you're at. I'm in Florida and it's freezing. I can only imagine freezing in Florida is probably like 60 degrees. Here it's, yeah, there's like frost and ice everywhere. It's terrible. It was nice for a little bit and then it just, you know, I guess it was just a warm front coming through. You know how it goes when it transitions to spring. Everything gets wet and wild for a bit and then you get that false spring back to winter. Shit's so annoying. But it is what it is. Just kind of used to it at this point. Do I play with squirrels? Yeah. If I see a squirrel, I try to like entice them with a little nut. And then I put a little top hat on top of them. Take a picture. I run a whole Instagram where I take pictures of squirrels with top hats. Eating nuts. You had a pet ground squirrel named Peanut. That's... Wait. The very same Peanut that the LAPD or New York Police Department executed. How come there were no riots about that, man? I saved him from a pool. Oh, that's nice. Can you do almost killed story times? Yeah, I guess we can look into it. If anybody here almost gets killed, be sure to send it in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. I finally got to write and read a Five Nights at Freddy's creepypasta on my channel. Nice, dude. I had a few of those on mine back in the day. I'm kind of a trend follower. I was trying to follow trends. But yeah, other than that, nothing too exciting going on. I've been playing, what the hell's that video game? John Carpenter's Toxic Commando, and it's basically just Left 4 Dead, but it's kind of an open world map, and you drive around in a vehicle that can get caught in the mud, and a lot of the vehicles have winches on them, you know, like a winch where you can like pull yourself out of the mud and that kind of thing. What's up, Big Moist? Hey, Thomas Fries, thank you for the 5. Thank you. You're welcome, friend. Good to see you. You like my videos? Thank you. Appreciate you. Left for bread. Left for yeast. Morgue stories. I'm a mortician and bomber, so I'd be interested to submit and listen. Yeah, what's happened? Anything creepy happened to you? I feel like there's always really creepy shit that's occurred. I remember my roommate in college, his family they ran a morgue or something like that, and he told me all sorts of terrifying stories of shit that he'd seen. And he seemed pretty honest about it, but I don't know, there was just something about him that it was hard to know when he was telling the truth. How about reading bad trip reports? About 2 other channels do it well. You can jump on that train. I did that. I did like 2 videos of that way back in the day. Maybe that inspired them. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. To me, like, bad trip stories and like are the same as like scary dream stories. Like they're cool, and if you're into drugs and stuff, like that'd be interesting. But I don't really care that much about them, as opposed to stuff that supposedly happened in IRL. I've watched your videos every day for the past year. Thank you, Big Moist. Appreciate you. Keep listening, because there's more to come. Joel, you ready for the MLB season? I was upset with the U.S. loss to Venezuela. You know, I don't really care that much about baseball. I kind of got into it because my buddy's son, like, is trying to train for the MLB. I mean, he's only like 8 years old, but he's obsessed with baseball and wants to be in the league. And so I go out with them whenever they do like batting practice and hit in the field and stuff. And it's fun to get back into like the vibe of stuff and just hit some absolute dingers out into left field. Actually, it's lie. I had a bad trip one time for 30 minutes when I took 10 grams of shrooms. Interesting. What happened? Do you have a swamp now? Like swamp ass? Or... And it fucks you up even more when the motion sensor paper towel dispenser goes off across the room. That is pretty creepy. What's up, Amber Lamb? But anyways, guys, thanks for being here. Click like, click share. What do you think we should do for the poll before we begin? What am I even doing? It's not even... I was just typing in the chat the poll, just hoping it shows up. Alright, here's the poll. Super interesting. The most interesting. Waffles or pancakes? Ah, shit, I missed it. We'll do that next time, remind me. Alright. Let's get it. Once again, Lost in the Woods stories tonight. Thanks for being here. We got 3 thick boys of these. And then... who knows what's gonna happen? Who knows what we'll talk about tonight? If you guys, it's all up to you guys. You gotta think of some good shit. Gymnast, that counts? Yeah, absolutely. Gymnastics is definitely a sport. I mean, any degree of athleticism. 'Cause, 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 ' Do you guys think esports is a sport? Like if you were part of your like team, your school's Rocket League club, are you part of a sport? Or is that just the same as like chess club or something? Does hobby horse count? Like the one where you fly around on like a broom with a horse's head on it kind of thing? Because those girls are pretty serious. They get some clearance on their jumps. I played football in middle school, high school, in the backyard. Let's go. Backyard's where it matters the most. Let's see, what's your favorite genre video you make? Just the paranormal ones for sure, are just the weirdest and most interesting to me personally. I guess mainly because like I don't really deal with any sort of creepy zoids too often, thankfully. You know, talk about the Hyrulean diuretic. We'll talk about that later. My name's Debbie. I'm from Chicago, and after recently subscribing to your channel, I noticed that you accept story submissions from viewers. I don't have any stories for you per se, and thank God for that too, but I think you might be interested in the story of my late grandma, Zelda. It's not one she told often, but I remember it just about word for word, and with the help of my mom to fill in the blanks, I'd like to share it with you. So she was born in a place called Sopotskin. Alright, we gotta look that shit up. Somewhere in Poland. Whatever. We get the idea. Shout out to her parents for hooking her up with the name Zelda. I mean, it's a pretty sick name. I like Lost in the Woods of any story. She was born in a place called Sopotskin back in 1931, in what was then Poland but is now part of Belarus. There were around 1,300 people living there when she was a child, and Sopotskin was a... whatever the fuck that word is. A shtetl? A shtetl. Shtetl. Yiddish. It's a Yiddish word. Shtetl. Okay, meaning most of the nearly 250 families there were Jewish. Okay. How do you stay consistent with your voice while reading? I don't know, I guess you just kind of get used to it, right? Or what do you mean consistent with the voice? I don't know, what will be your number one top fear if you were lost in the woods, knowing everything you know from the stories you previously covered? Has it influenced your fears? Not really. I mean, like, I do have a big fear of bears. I'm not like a huge fan of bears. I don't want to get killed by bears. If I see a fucking grizzly bear, in my mind, I would just be like absolutely fucked. And it just seems like the worst way to die, getting like ripped apart by an animal. Do you think we can govern ourselves by now? I mean, technically, quote unquote, we do, but it just, you know, the influence of like money and blackmail and all that kind of stuff into that same sort of system just easily and very quickly corrupts it, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like you do run your local government, of which can speak out against, like, you know, state government, and then the state governments can speak against federal, and technically it goes up like that, but it just comes down mainly to like funding. So like if your local school doesn't want to do anything, you lose funding from the federal, and it can kind of like fuck you over pretty hard if you don't go, you know, toe a line or something of that nature, right? So it just comes down to like being as independent from those sort of federal funding systems as you possibly can, which is hard, right? And then eventually they paint you out to be domestic terrorists, and then you get fucking gas grenades thrown into your house. It's awesome. How do you read so smoothly? I would probably mess up every few words. I mean, I sometimes do. I sometimes get into a spell of like messing up over and over again, but you know, at this point I've been doing it like 10 plus years, so I kind of figured out how to do it a little bit decent. Did you hear the meteor boom? It was over Ohio, Pennsylvania. Awfully suspicious. Was it actually a meteor, or was it you sending airstrikes to Ohio in an ongoing conflict? Yeah, especially since it's happening in Lake Erie, and that's where That's where our civil naval fleet will be meeting. That's where Punxsutawney Phil told us to send the bombs. But no, I did see that. I don't know if you guys saw, but there was like a meteor that fell over near, the border of Ohio and Erie, Pennsylvania. And, it was pretty crazy. It was like, it broke apart in the sky, and then that's like what you heard, the sonic boom of it and stuff, and a bunch of people caught it on their Ring cameras and car cameras and stuff, and it lit up during the day sky, kind of like that meteor of, I think it was like 2015 maybe, or it went over Russia, but I don't know. People get injured? I don't think so. I don't even think, I remember the one in Russia like broke windows and stuff. I don't think anybody was injured, and I don't think there was like a direct impact point if it like broke apart into a bunch of pieces. I lost 8 pounds, so I had a cheat day, which turned into cheat week. How did I turn this around? You just get back on the train and start counting your calories again and get working out and stuff. And honestly, like cheat days they're just pointless in my mind. Like I know some people do refeeds and stuff for their carbohydrates, but like you got to be really deliberate with what your diet's going to be if you have like specific goals. Otherwise, it's just going to send you down you know what I mean? You can't be addicted to heroin, get off of heroin, and then be like, oh, I'm just going to have, it's a cheat day, I'm going to have just a little bit of narcotics. You live there and didn't hear about it? Yeah, you should look it up, Emily. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, Justin, honestly, Justin, you might be really Big J. I'm Big J. You're Big Pun, because you're always making puns. My favorite type of videos you make are the park ranger ones. Yeah, those are pretty interesting. I'm down to 1 crunch wrap a month. I think he's had a mouth. Like stuffing them in your cheeks like a little chipmunk. You want a nickname too? Milkso's pretty good. Milko. Young Milko. Young Milkies. There were around 1,300 people living there when she was a child, and Sopotskin was a shtetl, meaning most of the nearly 250 families there were Jewish. Zelda used to make up the sound of cows being let out to pasture, as most families kept a milk cow and a wake up. Zelda used to wake up to the sound of cows being let out to pasture, as most families kept a milk cow in their barns. She and her family named their cow Nuri, after the Yiddish word for buttercup, and would feed her straw or potatoes that they grew in their cellar. Her father was a tailor, stitching coats and pants in his tiny workshop, while most others did physical labor or traded grain and cattle. Her dad did okay money-wise, but she said that money was always tight. The Polish government slapped heavy taxes on them and banned them from owning land, meaning they had to pay rent every month instead of owning their home. The Polish government slapped heavy taxes on them and banned them from owning land, meaning that they had to pay rent every month instead of owning their homes outright. But even so, the villagers found ways to take care of each other. The rabbi's wife used to organize what they'd call Matan Beseter, which... Matan Beseter... I don't know. Besetter? Is this it? I have no clue. Whatever. Ooh, currently eating a nut butter bar, chocolate peanut butter protein bar with 7 grams plant protein, healthier than a candy bar and actually really good. Who knows, dude? Some of those protein bars are really no different than like a candy bar. I mean, maybe a little bit better, but it really comes down to just like ingredients. And 7 grams of plant protein, like people say there's protein and stuff, but at the end of the day, one of the biggest things when it comes to protein is its like bioavailability, right? Is like, what is your body's capability of digesting said protein and making any use out of it? So like some of the best that you can do is the whey protein, right? Because whey is just the most bioavailable and usable by your body. And then it's like eggs. And then you go down the list of, chicken and beef and blah, blah, blah. There's like a whole, you can look it up, there's like a whole meter of like what your body uses most effectively. And 7 grams in like a candy bar is kind of meaningless. And sometimes they just, and the tough thing too is like some proteins will say that they have a certain amount of protein, but all it's really based on is a definition of like nitrogen content. Have you heard about this? And so like in, you know, a scientific lab, you can kind of fake how much protein is in your little thing by increasing the presence of nitrogen, and it just like essentially is like meaningless. Really? We tune in here to hear the stories. No disrespect, dude. Listen, man, this live streams. The live streams is me yammering on about random shit, but also recording the stories for tomorrow, so it is what it is, brother. People get so upset about it, too. Like, they'll leave comments, like, so angry about it later. It's just like, shut the fuck up, dude. Go listen to a normal video. It's so easy. Super dope to hear you collabed with Dark Somnium. It was fun. Yeah, before the stream, I was looking up, like, I was looking up whether he released the collab yet. I didn't know if he had done that or not. Read your little stories. Read your little stories, Joel, and keep your mouth out of my politics on Twitter. It's only 230 calories opposed to 320 in Reese's, so let's just enjoy the moment, think I'm being healthy. Yeah, that's fair, too. I don't want to interfere with that. Just answered your survey. I played sports but sucked ass. I knew I was a musician after playing sports. It's all good. We all have our interests and our strengths and all that kind of stuff. To be honest, I don't really watch the normal videos unless I miss the stream. That's funny. Yeah, some people like the stream. And listen, this just gives me the stream at the end of the day. I know it's not like a super successful stream. I know it's not like popping off all the fucking time or whatever. But it gives me something to do, you know? Like if I had to just sit here and record by myself, I go insane. So like being able to like just have some sort of feedback and interaction with fellow terminally online folk is pretty enjoyable. We're here for the stories, bro. Exactly. What do you think is the purpose of live stream? I get it. They want me to like read it, make no mistakes, have no conversation with you, just stick to the stories, put them to sleep, whatever. But how fucking easy is it? Instead of typing out a comment, which is fine. I like feedback because it does give me an idea of what is frustrating about the stream, but how hard is it to just go fucking watch another video, go listen to another? Like, it's not that hard. You don't like it, like, is it really that difficult to click off and go elsewhere? And yeah, I like interacting with you guys, you know. I like talking about bullshit. I like talking about conspiracies and ghosts and fucking dumb shit that's happening in everybody's lives, you know. It's makes me feel like a human being instead of a trapped consciousness. They like stop thinking for yourself while reading. Yeah, I know. Karen alert. Yeah, exactly. This is the behind the scenes. You're so thorough and about the journey. I definitely appreciate you showing us and give us a space to be well. Yeah, no worries. And I'm not trying to be mean either to the people that have qualms with it. I promise you, if you listen long enough, you will start to like me. Like when I pretend to be a lady nurse, yeah. Back whenever I used to wear short skirts and roll around on rollerblades. What's up, Ghana Bear? I can't believe you read my comment. I still like your video, but I need to get to sleep. Keep doing your... Oh, no worries. Hope I wasn't mean. Hope you're doing all right. As a cult leader, why should we trust you? That's a good point, honestly. I guess because if you don't, we'll all come get you. The rabbi's wife used to organize what they'd call Matan Beseter, which involved secretly donating food or other goods to needy families to ensure nobody went cold or hungry. And there was also a volunteer group called the Linas Hatzedek, which was kind of like the Red Cross, in that they went to homes of the sick to take care of them so their families wouldn't lose out on work. Grandma Zelda said that life was hard, but holidays brought the town together like you wouldn't believe. For Passover, families grouped up to bake matzahs in big communal ovens, kneading dough till their arms Been a few months less than my live stream. Busy working. No worries. Good to see you. It's good to work. It's good to make money. It's good to live. Joe, could we get a reaction at the end of the stream, please, dude? We made the kid and the camera short horror film. Made another one yesterday. Really good. What is it? You made a short horror film? Where is it? It's not on your channel. I am the sleep god. Guys, you don't understand. While you're sleeping, I'm up protecting the village. I'm putting you to sleep so you can rest, and I am protecting you while you sleep from the darkness. What's up, Drew C? For Passover, families grouped up to bake matzahs in big communal ovens, kneading dough till their arms burned, but laughing all the while. And then during other holidays, people would build bonfires in the fields and celebrate with songs and stories. But the joy didn't last because on September 1st of 1939, when Zelda was still just 8 years old, Germany invaded Poland. All of Sopockin was terrified because, while they might have been in the far east of Poland and thus far from the fighting, they knew what the Germans would do if they got their hands on them. Warsaw was under siege, the Polish army was in full retreat, and all hope seemed lost. But then on September 17th, the Soviet Red Army invaded Poland from the east. It turns out Stalin had made a secret pact with Hitler to... I feel like if we say Hitler, we get in trouble, so I'm just going to say Germany. It turns out that Russia had made a secret pact with Germany to carve up Poland, but since they kept Sopockin far from the German clutches, Grandma Zelda said the invading Russians were treated like liberators. Anybody seemed better than the Germans, and at first, the Soviets tried them, just treated them. Guys, the shadows are back. The horse is here. Is the internet getting more strict? I don't know what happened. I mean, it's so strange to me, like, for a while there on the internet, you know, from the woke era of like 2015 till like more recently, it was like any mention of like Hitler or whatever, the Nazis, you know, was immediately flagged. I don't really know why, because it's like people still talk about them, so it's like it's still a historical thing. So it's not like you're in like favor of them when you discuss them, in the same way that like when people talk about suicide, it's not like you're in favor of suicide, but somehow like you have to like shift your language around to avoid, you know, being stifled. And then it doesn't make any sense that you can talk about Stalin and fucking Russia all day, you know, and the Soviets and stuff, and yet that was still like just as much of a genocidal maniac and fucking dictatorship and starvation, so many, you know what I mean, a war machine. Like, it's just weird to me that like it's the same shit, just with like a different political philosophy. Like, you still get like lined up and put in a camp and shot, but for whatever reason they've chosen those particular words to, yeah, they deleted way more people in like the grander scheme of political philosophy. It doesn't mean it's good, but it doesn't mean that it's not like it, that it's not bad, like it's psycho somehow. Stalin killed more people in the Germany. Yeah, it's generally very strange to me. People completely forget like the Holodomor and all that kind of shit. You know, I don't know. They forget everything. The only thing that seems to matter is like one particular thing. I'd be lurking in the live streams like Gollum underneath the misty mountains. We love the stream show. If I'm trying to sleep, I just switch to one of your videos. Yeah, no worries. What's my favorite dinner? Girl dinner. Batteries and credit cards. Pol Pot took out more people. Most people don't even know the name. They generally don't. And, you know, like I was telling before, like a friend of mine, his mother is from Cambodia. And, you know, she watched her like family be shot to death there, and, you know, and then fled to America. And then it's just like really strange to me that was not that long ago. It was genuinely not that long ago, but nobody really fucking talks about it. Anybody seemed better than the Germans, and at first, the Soviets treated them just fine. But over the next 18 months or so, things began to change. The Russians began kicking certain families out of their homes for arbitrary reasons. After that, they shut the stores down and herded craftsmen like my great-grandfather into compulsory collectives. The old wooden synagogue got turned into a movie house, and then the secret police started going around questioning and arresting people. Life became a new kind of hard, but it was nothing on what was to follow. Because in the summer of 1941, Germany broke their secret peace pact with the Soviets and launched a surprise attack aimed at Russia's heartland. Grandma Zelda's home village of Sopotkin was very close to the new German-Soviet border, meaning that when that surprise attack launched, they were some of the first to feel it. The Russians stationed there would tell them how the Germans wouldn't dare invading the mighty Soviet Union, not least because they were too busy dealing with the still defiant British. But then, at 2 o'clock in the morning, on the night of June 22nd, the Germans launched their attack. Their artillery began pummeling Sopotkin, setting houses. Just got home from gym, about to take a cold-ass shower, have dinner and sleep. What should I have? Steak fried rice or this fat New York strip with garlic potatoes? Oh, that does sound, the second part sounds really good. Kind of annoying, like I had like a trainer at the gym, right? And then they just like randomly quit this week, you know? I mean, they were going through a lot, and I think they just needed like a break to focus on family and transition to a new job or whatever, but still a little bit lame to just like all of a sudden end out of nowhere. And you know, so I think I'm just going to take this week off from the gym and figure out what my next move is for training. But I don't know, it's fucking stupid. Flaked out without notice. Yeah, it was really weird because it was like they kind of like gave a sort of semi-time of when they were bouncing, but then once they put in their notice, I believe that they were asked to just like leave the premises, which just like made no fucking sense to me. Joel, your turn. If you were on death row and now you could have one last goodbye feast, what would it be? Includes drink poo of sorts. Probably just like a fast break. I don't really want to be, you know, too weighed down going into the afterlife. Because honestly, the more that you eat for your last meal before they kill you, the more shit that you vacate your bowels, and I just don't want to leave a mess. It'd be so embarrassing. Just like the biggest like post-death shit of all time. Hey Beth, what's up, dude? Al pastor with pineapple, that does sound good. I know, I want to look good. I don't want to be bloated going into heaven. I know they're putting me down for something, but I feel like I still get into heaven, right? It was probably to keep them from telling clients if they move to another gym. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Whatever, dude. Corporate gym bullshit is just like the dumbest shit ever. You took a big shit when you had your baby, you won't know. Imagine like you took a big shit while giving birth to the baby, that they like swaddled this like huge pile of shit and they handed it to you. And they're like, oh, sorry. That's not right. That's not it. My bench deadlift PRs. The most I ever benched was 315, and then my PR deadlift was 505. And my squat was 500. But I don't know. I think I need to get back into compound lifts because I've been doing just like accessory bodybuilding stuff. Your voice is the ticket to heaven. You're all good. Oh, that's good. I am the voice of God. Maybe you could reason with God. Don't you think it's possible to like you get to heaven and they're like sorry, and you get to like have a debate of sorts? You're like, come on, man. You just create your own routine with 1 or 2 muscle groups, consistently workouts you enjoy, 3 to 4 sets, 10 to 15 rep ranges. I totally agree. Yeah, I had worked out by myself for years and years and years. You know what I mean? It's just like lately I wanted to do, it's just nice to keep me on track. Like having somebody there, they just tell you what to do and you do it and, cheer you on or whatever the fuck. I don't need a lot, but I'm just getting to that point where it's really fucking hard to stay on top of yourself all the time. Get yourself up, get yourself going, all that kind of stuff. I want a 1v1 Sky Daddy Thunderdome deathmatch style. I mean, I think it happened in the Bible, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't it Jacob wrestled with God or something, and then God left him with a fucking bum-ass ankle? It's certainly a possibility. That's my kombucha, sorry. Yakub. It was Yakub. Their artillery began pummeling Sopotkin, setting houses, barns, and the old synagogue on fire while killing dozens and dozens of people. And by morning, the artillery had stopped. But as the villagers were putting out fires and retrieving the bodies of their loved ones, German soldiers advanced on the village and began rounding up the survivors. Grandma Zelda remembered how they forced all the villagers, women and children included, to dig a huge mass grave in the fields outside of town. Their hands were blistered and bleeding by the time that they were ordered to stop, and when they asked for food and water, the Germans refused them. Instead, they ordered the people of Sopotkin to drag their departed loved ones from the ruins of their village before unceremoniously dumping them into the huge earthen pit. Grandma said it was truly horrifying, and at one point, she saw a neighbor carrying what was left of his wife toward the pit. And she was in pieces, and so was he. Yet the young German soldier who shepherded him showed... You ever heard of hard kombucha? I can only imagine how it's not very tasty. I remember when I would first drink kombucha, I would get like a small buzz. That was I feel like the old version. I feel like they definitively changed that at some point. Kombucha's fermentation has trace of alcohol in it. From that, I couldn't drink it at work because it would be considered drinking. Yeah, but I feel like they must have changed something. I don't know. But it does kind of make me wonder, do you think the drinking of kombucha ever interferes with hormones the way alcohol might? I had to work with a piece of shit rich kid, Jacob, once. Parents forced him to intern with us. He was so miserable, then he tattled to the state about how we weren't following COVID mask rules. Oh my god. Fucking idiot. Tattletales, bro. There'll be many more to come. Mucho worko, mucho workout. Hell yeah. She was in pieces, and so was he. And yet the young German soldier who shepherded him showed him no pity at all. He kept yelling "Schnell, schnell" over and over, which I think meant hurry in their language, but it was as if the grieving man couldn't even hear him. He just kept walking towards the pit, carrying his wife's remains, whispering prayers for the dead under his breath. Grandma Zelda always said that they might have survived had the Germans not made the fateful discovery that more than 2/3 of the village. Grandma Zelda always said that they might have survived had the Germans not made the fateful discovery that more than 2/3 of the village were Jewish. But once they did, all hell broke loose. The German commander had the villagers rounded up again, and then he told them, Poles step to the right, Juden to the left. People only realized what was happening when the Germans began marching the town's Jews back towards the mass grave. Villagers began to break from the column, yelling out, "Run for your lives," only to be shot dead by German German soldiers. What's up with the Michael Jackson sound effect? Where's that at? Can you tell us how we can submit for the next recordings? Can we know the next genre of stories? Or is that a no-no and top secret? Oh, no, I mean, you can... There's all sorts of ones that are kind of going on. I play pretty heavily off of what my editors are digging through at the time, but Shimona. Yeah, let's read submissions. is the Gmail. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. You can send your stories in there. Just try to leave like a, what the topic is about, like scary post office story or something like that. Just sort of helps to keep things, or like some synopses, like it's Reddit, or you know what I mean, in the subject line of the email. We only ever had 2 positives through the whole thing, and it was usually the warehouse fucks that caused it. You have editors, so I thought you did everything yourself. I have people that dig through my email. I pay them to like find topics and stuff, and then edit the stories to the best of their abilities. It's a pretty good system. And then they just like kind of like have this on my desk by Monday, blah, 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 and then I beat them with a fucking stick, dude. Happy Wednesday, happy Wednesday. Hee hee. Get me more pictures of Spider-Man. Naked pictures this time. Yeah, I pay them in Modelo's and burritos. Joel, we're like tired, man. We're like tired, dude. I don't even know. I can't even read any more scary stories. I'm like so scared, man. I'm like so scared. Listen, I don't give a fuck how scared you get. You get me those scary Lost in the Woods stories by Monday, or you're not getting another Modelo in your whole life. You're blacklisted from YouTube. Matan Basetter is a nonprofit in New York for Jewish families struggling with financial needs. Okay, so I guess it's like a historical term. I was gonna grow a mullet and just kept growing it. Hey, if I can still have full head of hair at 40, I'm doing it. Most of my friends were bald like a decade ago. That sounds sick, dude. Mullet in your 40s. I mean, if you got kids and stuff, you might as well, like, I always, if you got like 4 kids or, any amount of kids, and you just don't give a shit, like, why not? Grow a fucking mullet, grow a mustache, look like a fucking 1970s serial killer rapist. Like, who gives a shit? You got other priorities to worry about than impressing anybody at that point. I literally laughed out at least 5 times listening tonight. Long time listener, by the way, first time commenter. Oh, thanks, Blind. Good to see you. We have a bit of a goofy time from time to time. I had a mullet like 4 years ago. Justin. That's awesome. Do I have a full beard? Yeah, I grow facial hair on my face. Pretty sweet, isn't it? Sometimes people look at it and they're like, whoa, is that hair on your face? I'm like, yep. Just like the ones you grow on your pubes. No kids, I'm rocking shoulder length ponytail. Whenever I get sick of the long hair, I'm doing the mullet. Yeah, I think honestly a few days of mullet wouldn't be bad, Just a transitionary period, I suppose. A transition of power. Can't forget the full beard. I gotta let it get super long, but I always trim it back. Hell yeah. I don't sound like a guy with a beard, just saying. I don't know what that means. Mom Blue. You don't sound like you have a mustache either. Is it true? Is it true? I don't think you have any facial hair, Joe. I don't hear any scruff. I feel like it's been a pretty consistent thing in my streams where people are like, can you do some beard scritchy scratchies? I mean, it's a nicely trimmed one, I'll say that. It's just me scratching my armpits, yeah. Villagers began to break from the column, yelling out, "Run for your lives," only to be shot dead by German soldiers. A few brave men rushed the captors and attempted to overpower them, but there were too many Germans and too many guns. Yet their sacrifice and the chaos that unfolded afterwards allowed a handful of villagers to slip into the near... Joel went taut where in neckbeard phase did you rock it with pride? Neckbeard phase? What's neckbeard phase? I don't know what it was. It was like, I never had any facial hair, like, ever. And then I turned 22, and all of a sudden I just, like, had a fucking full beard out of nowhere. And I'm like, okay, I guess this is me now. Not Jackie Chan, thank you for the 10 I left comment on a practical choker vid saying, just bugs me when they waste food, especially meat or eggs. Some dork replying saying eggs and meat are better in the trash than your body. Weird take. Dude, eggs are the best thing. Meat, I don't know. People, I don't know. Like the vegan shit, how they're so like religious about it, and then they're so up their own ass that they think they're so correct about it. But it's like, how many times have you also heard the counteractive story of someone being a vegan where they like, they're like, my skin sucks, my fucking hair starts thinning, all this kind of shit. It's like, humans are made to consume animal protein. I mean, they're omnivorous at the same time. Like, you can survive on dates and fucking, you know, soybeans or whatever, but like, you might as well, I don't know. Doesn't sound great. You ever heard the Bean song? I don't think so. Could you recite it for me? I had fish for the first time at 18, like 30 years ago. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people just take a while to develop into their own. Like, I remember kids in middle school, like, the one guy, we called him Dad because, like, in 7th grade, he literally had, like, a full-ass Italian beard, you know what I mean? Like, just bursting out of his face. And, yeah, I have friends that, like, were just, like, little munchkins, and then they get to college and fucking, like, grow to be, like, 6'2" out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so much random shit that happens to you out of nowhere. Suddenly your balls are dragging on the ground, and it's crazy. This is a personal attack. Are you a vegan, Shell? Highly suggest you move on. Let it go. It's a thing of the past. Doesn't matter how much they tell you the cow farts are ruining everything. Beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. That's the Zillennial version of the tune. What the hell is a Zillennial? Where did you get the idea image for the skulls in the Saturn ring? Yeah, that one, you know, is kind of based around the same kind of concept of, like, Saturn being like a soul farm, or like a soul prison of sorts. So, like, just the concept of, like, those souls being represented as, like, skulls, but then the ring itself being made of all of those skulls. It just seemed really, really cool. But I probably at some point, you know how, like, sometimes you subconsciously bury bury, fucking cares. In your subconscious somewhere, and, like, I'm probably pretty sure I probably saw it somewhere else. The idea for it is G14 classified. It's a good point. It's a good point. I shouldn't have said all that. Zillennial is the midpoint between Gen X and Millennial. Oh. I guess that's something I never really thought about. Dude, I'll be honest with you, like, I've said this before, but when I was 21, you know what I mean? In the peak era of, like, retarded relevance, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you're 21, like, your culture as a kid who's 21 or an adult, young adult, like, you are the peak of the current cultural relevance, where, like, the shit that you consume and do in the college age seems to be, like, of the most prominence. Like, you're important to people that are younger than you, but you're also important to the people older than you that are trying to market you stupid shit. But I don't remember a single time when I was that age that anybody that was my age ever gave a fuck about the term millennial, right? So the fact that we now exist in this, like, age where everybody's divided by, like, weird labels like millennial, Gen Z, all that. Like, sure, it's a thing and it's existed, but I just never cared about it, and I don't know why anybody really cares about the marker of it. I'm stuck around 06 in my head, my high school and some of the college. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, your brain stops developing, right, at a certain point, and a lot of your, like, exciting parts of your life are around then, like your, like, all sorts of things that you might do or things you might be into, and sometimes your brain just kind of gets captured by a certain period of your life that's, like, peak in many ways, or maybe like different aspects of peak. I don't know. Hey, Michael, take care, bro. Good night. 25 is when your brain stops developing. Yeah, I think that's for guys, right? I think it might be this, maybe same or younger for women. I forget. Get off my damn lawn, man. Yet their sacrifice and the chaos that unfolded afterwards allowed a handful of villagers to slip into the nearby forests, and one of them was my grandma Zelda. And she ran as far and as fast as her little legs could carry her, each step taking her deeper and deeper into the woods. My great-grandmother had told her to run, and in her naivety, Zelda believed that she'd come running after her. But when she finally stopped to look around, panting and shaking from the ceaseless exertion, her mother was nowhere to be seen. She cried out, hoping my great-grandma was just out of sight. But not only was Zelda alone, she had no idea where she was. The only thing she did know is that she couldn't go home. And so instead, she carried on walking in the opposite direction, hoping that she might find safety before the Germans found her. She said that she walked for hours and hours, stopping only to drink from the canal before she swam across one of its narrower points. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. But yeah, the hallmark of the 78 to 85 is growing up analog and being forced into digital at the developmental sweet spot where it counts in the teenage years, mid to late 90s. You're saying it was like harder for people then to transition to digital or something? I hate live, I avoid it, but one more person committing to hello, promote your YouTube account. I'm all for it because you are my favorite. Oh, thank you. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. I promise you, it will get fun. It will get super, super fun. You think he died in 2012 with the Mayan calendar? I know, it's weird. It was a different time then, man. I remember like being really into the conspiracy stuff back in 2010 to 2012, listening to like every possible like deep underground bunker bullshit or like reptilian thing. I never really thought that it would ever come true. We have a unique perspective when we remember what came before, but we adapted to what was new. Later kids didn't get two distinct worldviews. Dude, I just feel bad for little kids who like only ever have a stupid fucking like phone in front of their face all the time, from the time they're like 3 years old to forever, right? I genuinely feel terrible for those kids because like my brain is rotted just from like doom scrolling on YouTube shorts and shit like that anyways. So like I can only imagine how brain rotted a kid's going to be by the time they're in school. I would just keep them the fuck away from any of that shit forever. But it's tough too, because it's like, if you yourself as a parent are also like a brain rotted scroller, like how do you avoid turning your kid into that when all they ever see is you laughing at some fucking stupid meme? Put a touch-tone rotary phone in front of a 20-year-old to see if they know how to use it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like asking you to figure out how to use like a quill pen or some shit, you know? It's like, you're only going to be used to whatever's before you. But who knows, maybe the rotary phone would be like, make some sense. I'm happy as fuck. Grew up in the 80s, grew up playing outside, friends all day. Yeah, I'll be honest, the 80s does seem kind of goated. Like if you were born in the 80s, or maybe like early 80s, late 70s or something, and then you got to be like a teenager / 20-year-old something in the 90s, whenever in my mind I feel like culture kind of peaked, where it was just, everything was just like, what was it? Fucking, I don't know, there was a ton of just like fun shit where did nothing fucking matter. The wars weren't that scary. It was just, I don't know. And then you get to like 9/11 and it seemed like everything just shifted. Dagoa. Welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. Hey Joel, wanted to thank you for your channel. It's helped me immensely this last year while going through chemo. It's all clear now, but wanted to say thanks. Well, I'm really happy to hear you're all clear. That's crazy. Sorry you had to go through all that. And yeah, I'm hoping for the best going forward for you. That's crazy. You got to ride your bike around the neighborhood with your friend, stop by people's places. I mean, I guess you still have that, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely the temptation as like a kid now to just literally all you do is sit on your iPhone, play Minecraft all day, and just eat Cheeto and drink Sprunk. Well, honestly, I guess did we ever stop really doing that? We're in the era where kids don't know who the Backstreet Boys are. I know. What a diabolical experience. Speaking of vegans, we used to meet at a group after jiu-jitsu. This guy and his wife, way too open about their sex life. The lady was ranting about being vegan, and I said, how are you vegan if you swallow? That's funny. I do remember, like, what's his name? Joe Rogan's, like, fat Italian friend. I guess he wasn't even Italian. He was, like, Cuban or something. And, like, he's like, yeah, this one fucking vegan chick, I went down on her, and I swear to God, I'm never going down on another vegan chick ever again. It smells fucking terrible down there, whatever the fuck they're eating. Joey something. Joey Bonfatto. I feel like the 2000s children were definitely neglected. Perhaps. Yeah, Joey Diaz, yeah. Oh, Rose, you're also 1 year cancer-free. Congratulations, it's amazing. I was Backstreet Boying and Rammsteining all together. Hell yeah. They should make a mashup of those songs. We're in an era where kids probably don't know what kickball or dodgeball is. I mean, I'm sure they do. It really comes down to just the ability to pay attention. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, like when I sit there and I observe, my one friend has a 3-year-old, right? Every time she gets out of hand, he hands her a fucking iPhone and tells her to go do something else, like she's getting in the way. I'm like, dude, in my mind, I'm like, she's not getting in the way. She wants to be like involved in your existence all the time. And you just, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but fortunately, like just have to, you know, accept that or whatever. But the fact that they hand them an iPhone and then they go off and like have it right next to their eyeballs, which who knows like how much that fucks your eyes up. And then they can't even watch a YouTube video for more than like 30 seconds, and it's just like random shit related to like poop or whatever. And then the other one, my friend's has a 5-year-old, and then they're on their tablet all the fucking time, and they can't pay attention to a fucking thing for more than 30 seconds. I'm just like, is this not the definition of setting them up for failure within like a school system? Now that doesn't mean that I have the solution or anything for like how you raise a kid or anything like that, but I'm like, this just seems like you're like actively shoving fucking like teeth rotting candy into their mouth every 10 seconds just to get them to shut up. I don't know. Proud to say my 6-year actually knows who the Backstreet Boys are and loves Rammstein. That's good. That gives me hope. That's why kids here have so many issues, don't talk anymore. This is a generation where phones raise your kid. It's not even the eyes, it's the EMF toxicity. That's a good point too. I mean, who knows what sort of weird radiation is just like, I mean, you talk about people having their phone next to their like testicles all day, right in their pocket. Who knows how that affects your endocrine system? And then if it's right next to your eyes, who fucking knows? You really have to protect your kids from everything in society. It doesn't mean you have to be a helicopter parent, but I mean, especially technology. Yeah, all of it's just terrifying. No joke, lawsuits regarding social media injuries is now a thing. Oh my God. My dad's coworker lived under some of those high voltage power lines for years. She got some aggressive cancer. Oh yeah. Yeah, like those towers, like those cell phone towers getting breast cancer and stuff. Fuck. I wonder if like the 5G stuff, like towers will have any like effect. I know they say that's like a smaller distance that it travels, but it's also much more intense, is it not? It messes up reproductive organs with supremely unsafe EMF spikes. Even Kobe, who did a phone commercial, actually got a brain tumor before his headsets existed. Kobe? Like Kobe Bryant? Damn. Fuck, man, I don't know. She said she walked for hours and hours, stopping only to drink from the canal before she swam across one of its narrower points. That would have killed her had it been winter, but the warm summer evening kept her from shivering and her clothes were almost dry again by nightfall. Zelda tried to keep going, but before long it was so dark that she could barely make out the ground in front of her. She knew that she had to find a place to stop and rest for the night, but just as she was about to stop and curl up on the forest floor where she was, she spotted the glow of a campfire through some distant trees. Grandma Zelda kept on creeping through the woods, getting closer and closer to the fire, when she suddenly saw a big makeshift shelter made of mud, leaves, and some dead wood. Over the fire huge a cauldron of something. Over the fire was a huge cauldron of something which Rain When I Die is I gave Alice in Chains jam. Alice in Chains is awesome. I'm in Ontario, Canada, everywhere here, but in the higher class neighborhoods. IRA? The IRA, what is that? Like the Irish people? My pose is hands down ass up, but in a cool, God-fearing way that's also majestic and classy. Alright guys, this is the first time I've ever banned a mod, but we're gonna have to do that tonight. Over the fire was a huge cauldron of something which boiled and bubbled, and it was only when she got closer that she realized that hanging from branches all around were the bodies of skinned and headless animals. Grandma Zelda said that she was terrified and believed that she'd come across the home of some witch. And then, when some old hunchback crone, I'll just say woman, I guess, what's up, hey WSP bro? Then when some old hunchbacked woman came staggering out from under the blanket which served as the shelter's door, her worst fears were confirmed. The woman had patchy gray hair, a hooked nose, and small beady eyes which locked onto her in an instant. Grandma Zelda remembered a crooked smile stretching that woman's lips, revealing a mouth of blackened, decaying teeth. And then she ran, exhausted but renewed with terror, as this old woman called after her through the darkness. "Little girl, come back here at once," she cried, trying to sound motherly at first. God damn it. But Grandma Zelda soon heard the woman lose her temper as she screeched out, "I'll find you. Just you wait and see." Grandma Zelda said that she could remember that feeling of terror. She'd just lost her family and then found herself being hunted by some forest witch. But looking back on it, that was obviously not what happened. That woman was no doubt a local villager, one who'd been kicked out of her home by the Russian occupiers, and many such people took to living in the forests, preferring a life in the wild to one in a Soviet labor camp in the country's far east. And the woman no doubt wanted to help my Grandma Zelda. Put the bomb in an Irish car bomb. The woman no doubt wanted to help my Grandma Zelda, but in her traumatized and exhausted state, she assumed the worst and went running off into the forest again. She said it was awful, and that she tripped and fell and hurt herself many times, but driven near mad with horror, she couldn't stop herself. She grazed her knees, tore up her elbows, even bashed her head on the roof of a tree so hard that she felt blood oozing from her hairline. But she only stopped when she was sure that she was safe, and after curling up among the crook of some tree stump, she soon fell asleep. Grandma Zelda said the nightmares woke her up before dawn. She was screaming in her dreams, and then she was screaming when she woke up, too. And since she was frightened that someone might have heard her, she was soon on the move again. She walked for hours again, feeling her stomach starting to rumble, but not daring to touch any of the many mushrooms and fungi which sprouted from the earth around her. Yet the longer she walked with no food or water, the more she weakened, and she knew that it wouldn't be long before she could no longer walk at all. So imagine her joy when she found a wide dirt path snaking through the trees, because no doubt the band was playing live at a hut near you. Divine Jupiter, thank you for the 5, says Joel's stories are like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get. Hell yeah, thank you. Hello, Jenny. Have fun at your Black Panther party where you got... Is that not kind of like weird? Does anyone find that storyline within Forrest Gump to be like one of the weirdest but also kind of funniest one, where she low-key joins the Black Panthers and then like dies of HIV? It's just like, Jesus Christ. And then she just like takes advantage of Forrest Gump. You know, he's obviously like some type of like on the spectrum or whatever the fuck. And then she just like gets him, you know, gets pregnant with his baby, presumably giving birth to, unfortunately, a baby with HIV. And then she dies. What the fuck? That movie is like way darker than they like lead on, I'll be honest with you. She was not a great girlfriend. And Forrest Gump was kind of a simp. She's my favorite girl. And then presumably she also infected Forrest Gump with HIV as well. Oh, she dies of hepatitis? Fucking either way, man. Was she on? What was she on? Was she on? Did she inject heroin or whatever? An unreliable narrator. Oh, like him? You think he just made it all up? Oh, that's right. She was a hippie drug user. Forrest? Don't you get it, Forrest? I need to do this, Forrest. Damn. That's honestly like, yeah, it's a really sad and depressing story. I don't think I'm ever going to watch that ever again. So imagine her joy when she found a wide dirt path snaking through the trees, because this no doubt led to a settlement, and a settlement meant salvation. Grandma said that she felt a sense of hope for the first time as she followed the track through the... What the fuck was that? Was that Jenny coming back from the dead? Forrest. I gotta do this, Forrest. I gotta fight for my cause, Forrest. Grandma said that she felt a sense of hope for the first time as she followed the track through the woods, a sense of hope which only doubled when she heard the sound of an engine heading down the track towards her. Since it was coming from the direction she was traveling, Grandma assumed it was a truck full of Russian soldiers headed to the front lines. But when it came into view, her heart jumped into her throat, because it was the green of a Russian military truck. The truck was a distinctly German... Wait, what? Because it was the green of a Russian military... Oh, maybe they meant to say it wasn't. It wasn't the green, because it's saying it's gray. It wasn't the green. Rotisserie chicken. I forgot that I left that in that previous video. Hopefully it was solid. Thank you, Mossy Mushroom. As you wish. It would be kind of funny if you were possessed by a demon, but then it got in there and it was like, oh fuck, this place sucks. News, Nintendo confirms Diddy Kong were once they did. They became the first ever to have the first as in the era of that when of a gaming in the media. Congratulations, Diddy Kong. Alright, Justin is made mod again, just so I can remove it again. I played baseball as a kid. I just joined and seen the poll. Hell yeah, dude. That's what we're talking about. Justin, you don't understand. The more you write like you're having a stroke, the more you could potentially give me one live on air. You know how embarrassing it would be to die of a cardiac arrest here in front of everyone? Everyone would be giggling and laughing. You see the AI video, if Rose died and Jack survived in Titanic and they both survived? I've not seen it, no. I did see the one of Benjamin Netanyahu doing a side parkour flip, indicating that he's still amongst the living. He's still among us. Any Star Wars fans here? Oh, dude, actually, did you see the... Can I give a controversial take? Did you guys see the DLSS 5, which is, you know, basically you have your video game textures that exist within your video game, but then if you have an NVIDIA card, probably the 5090 or something like that, it'll have DLSS 5, and it will be able to use AI to, like, basically put, like, some really, really high resolution textures onto the video game. And, like, to me, like, a lot of people are like, oh, AI slop taking over everything. And I get that. Like, I 100% get that. It's concerning. You know, it over time will start to erode art down to the extent that only those with enough passion for it might maintain it in some ways, or, you know, it's like a skill that might be lost and so. But the point being is that whenever I saw, like, the before and afters of the DLSS 5 for some of those games, like, some people said it looks like slop. But dude, it was nuts. It was the feeling that you get of a game jumping to, like, actual next gen. It felt like it was being felt again. Because I'll be honest with you, going from the PS2 to the PS3, definitively next gen. Going from the PS3 to the PS4, not so much next gen, but still okay. Going from the PS4 to the PS5 has been so incredibly unexciting. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, there's still some cool shit, especially the, you know, games that come out of PlayStation Studios solo, but the reason it would be controversial is because so many people think it's like like they call it the enshittification of everything by incorporating AI into it. But I don't know, it looks pretty sick. The Star Wars fan film is basically AI assisted for animating, but manually place assets in Blender and manually scripted composition of storyboards. You know, yeah, I mean, like, AI has to be a tool for people, right? Like, if you're talented and artistic, like, yes, there are certain things that can be spit on in the same way that you have an automatic car and people spit on you because you don't use a manual. I get it. But it's probably not a great comparison at all. But I don't know, man. Like, until I see it, I guess we won't really know. But seeing, like, the jump from Resident Evil 9 that already looked really good to whatever texture they added to, like, make that girl Jen or whatever her name is, like, give it some crazy new textures. It just, like, looks so realistic and cool. I'm like, holy fuck, I can't wait to see that. Devs are going to get lazier now and release more half-assed games with the expectation that AI will fix them for them. I did think about that too, where it's almost like, at that point, do you even plan to make, I mean, I assume all consoles, even though they're getting away from the console systems, I don't know, I assume at this point, like, yeah, you just kind of create generalized assets, like you said, with Blender, and then expect AI to, like, fill in the rest based on the shape, which, you know, if it expedites the process, and all you have to worry about is animation to like make your game like look super realistic. Because one of the games that I noticed that was like kind of a transitionary game back in the day was Halo 4. Did anybody play Halo 4? I remember Halo 4 was like one of the last games on like the Xbox 360 before they went over to like the Xbox One or whatever. And but it still to me looked really, really good on the Xbox 360 because of how much effort they put into the textures. Like the textures and the art of all of the assets and stuff, it represented light in a way that I feel like couldn't necessarily be, simulated through, whatever soft shadows and all that kind of stuff might represent. So it's like, Joel's a texture guy. Exactly, not about taste. But anyways, so in a similar way, that's the vibe that I got, where you can take a pre-existing thing, but just create amazing textures for it, and it just like makes you feel like you've gone like 4 generations into the future. Indie games have been popping off, so I could see that happening. Wait, what did Boop say? I think a bunch of indie game developers will emerge. I mean, I think that's how it should be. I hope so. The purely generated historical ones are hilarious. Which ones are those? I used to think the PS5 didn't look that much better than PS4, but boy, was I wrong. I finally got one. Oh, really? Like, what games compared would you say? I mean, there was definitely a jump in the PS3 to PS4. Maybe I'm not paying attention enough. You can't touch Skyrim. You do, or be anything unless you're on PC. What are you talking about? It's like CGI over practical effects will never be as good. I agree. But we will see, honestly. There was going to be a certain sensation that you'll feel when you play a game. And like, honestly, if they didn't even tell you that the DLS was using it, you would have just been like, this looks amazing, and just like never thought about it. I know Killzone Shadowfall on the PS4 had insane graphics. Yeah, the Killzone games were sick. What's my favorite, my kombucha flavor? It's just called Trilogy. I like this one because it has just... all the other ones kind of taste bitter. This one's kind of sweet. And it's a giant bottle. It's only 150 calories with not that much sugar. Not sure if I already asked this, but did you see the Dune 3 trailer that dropped yesterday? I didn't. I'd be honest with you, I didn't. I like the idea of Dune. I like Dune as a concept, but I tried watching the first Dune movie and got kind of bored and stopped. The only part that I really liked was the people that cover themselves in like the black goo. Those guys. And besides that, I don't know, there's something about the main characters being like this royal family that kind of fills my stomach with like a certain sense of sickness, where I'm just like, fuck these people. Somehow it's always the royals. The royals are always like the center of attention for all these stories, and it's just a bit boring to me. But at the same time, I know there's other characters that take place within the tribes folk or whatever the fuck. Needless to say, I didn't see 2, and then I probably won't see 3 either. But I did hear 2 was better. Elden Ring on PS4 looks great, but on PS5 I was like, what the hell? This is so much better. Oh, okay, so you got like the direct comparison. That's cool. Dune 2000 miniseries is the best. I've never seen it. I'm the least picky person, but I don't know, man. I'm unsure about kombucha. Someone more experienced just needs to pick it out for me. Yeah, I mean, there's certain ones that taste really bitter and gross, but the Trilogy one, you might like that one. I mean, there's all sorts of ones. It's mainly just I needed something like bubbly, since I got rid of like diet soda and stuff. Because it wasn't the green of a Russian military truck. The truck was a distinctly German gray. Grandma Zelda rushed off the track and into the trees, knowing that the truck's driver must have spotted her. She could run and risk being shot by any soldiers in its rear, or she could gamble her life on a hiding place. I'm not sure how she managed to hold her nerve and select a suitable hiding place in what must have been mere seconds of deliberation, but that's what she did. And by some stroke of luck, she found a hollowed-out log large enough to hide herself in. Zelda crawled inside. The interior was wet with slime and wriggling with bugs, and they skidded across her skin, nestling in her hair, but she had to stay quiet and didn't move. She said it was only moments later that she heard the truck come to a stop. Its engine cut off, and then a voice cut through the silence, yelling something sharp and short in German. Grandma then heard soldiers piling out of the back. Then, after another yell, she heard their footsteps getting louder and louder and louder. They were searching for her, and she said one of them was no further than 15 feet away at one point, when a shrill and sudden shriek grabbed their attention. The girl had a distinctly local dialect, not Yiddish or Polish, but Belarusian. Is that how you say that? Drink ice-flavored water? I think I've seen that. I have never tried it. Belarusian, okay. I'm also at work and somehow I'm still broke as fuck. Damn. We gotta figure out how to unbroke everyone. I hope you know I love you like a half-dunked Oreo and milk, Joel. Just the perfect dunkage, too. Not too long, not too short. Perfect. Never doubt that, even if I'm geeking or tweaking. Alright, Justin is now promoted to top mod. I see the new Spider-Man trailer. No, who's going to be in that? Is it still Tom Holland? Hollamander? Or did they get another Spider-Man guy? I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of just done with superhero movies. I just don't care anymore. Unless it's just, like, sick. I mean, this constant, like, switching to a new person. I had Tobey Maguire growing up, right? Middle school and shit. And then switching to all the other ones of Spider-Mans. Like, the Spider-Man series is the one that I think has stayed the most consistently decent out of all the superhero movies, besides maybe Batman. But I don't know, overall, like, Marvel has just been kind of a big pile of dog shite. What about the new Hulk? Isn't there a new movie? If there's a new Hulk movie, I will consider it. But if it's starring the guy that was in it more recently, I forget his name. Fucking Booby Miles. I just have no interest at all in him as an actor. That's weird, Joe. I'm shopping for things via DoorDash and I scrolled across Oreo ice cream when you said Oreo. I guess that means you should eat an entire gallon of it. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo. I don't know. There's something about Mark Ruffalo I just really... He's kind of... It's like the Pedro Pascal vibe. Like, I've seen him enough. It's like some sort of like... I don't know. A lot of these like Hollywood actors, I don't see men, if that makes sense. Like, I don't see men when I see these people. I see like some sort of weird in-between of a human. And it's just like, it's a weird uncanny valley to me that I just can't trust. The girl had a distinctly local dialect, not Yiddish or Polish, but Belarusian, and she was yelling out things like, "Haven't you got enough? Leave her alone. You Germans are animals, nothing but animals." The Germans just laughed at first, and I came to realize that there were several other prisoners, all women and girls from the sounds of things, and I heard one beg the shouting girl to be quiet and not to make trouble, but she didn't listen. The German suddenly went from laughing to shouting, and then one of them cried out in pain. I think one of the prisoners must have scratched or bitten him, most likely the one that was yelling, but after she cried out, it went from calm to chaos. She thinks the girl who hurt the German soldiers tried to escape from the back of the truck because Grandma Zelda heard much faster footsteps moving away from them as the soldiers rushed to control their captives. She said that there was a lot of yelling and screaming and that for every angry male German voice, there was a Russian or Polish one, much higher in lilt, that sounded scared to death. Something terrible was happening, but Grandma could see none of it, and then suddenly, there was a gunshot, so loud that it made her jump. And then, while the Germans were silenced, their female captives became hysterical. Grandma said one of the Germans yelled "Scheisse," which I'm sure needs no translation here, and then he began to berate another much younger-sounding soldier, presumably for shooting one of their captives. Grandma said that she'd assumed that they'd resume their search, but instead, their commander ordered them back into the truck, and they kept on down the track until Grandma could no longer hear them. Only when a deep and terrible silence had returned to the forest did Grandma emerge from her filthy, grimy hiding place. She made her way back to the track, creeping through the trees until it came into view, and when it did, she saw the body of a young woman, lying dead, face down in the dirt. Okay. I read ahead and confused my brain for a second. I saw Pedro Pascal was rumored to be dating a man. I was so shocked. It's exciting, I guess. Just any man, just some random homeless guy. We're dating now, and he's just 65 years old with no teeth. He's really funny like that. You'll understand him after a while. Do you need to bring him to every red carpet showing? What do you mean? You think he's not good enough? You think the bourgeoisie wouldn't accept him? Just throwing up out of his mouth. He's endearing. He's potty trained, yeah. Justin, are you the guy dating Pedro Pascal? She made her way back to the track, creeping through the trees until it came into view, and when it did, she saw the body of a young woman lying dead in the dirt. She was face up, staring up at the sky with these wide, terrified eyes like she'd been frightened to death. Grandma Zelda said that she'd stopped and stared for a moment, overcome by the horror and senselessness of it all. And then she turned and kept on walking. And she only took a few steps along the open track before she decided it was a bad idea. If one German truck had been driving along, why not another? And so she skipped back into the trees again, into the deep, dark woods where she could hide. She hoped that by wandering through the woods, she might find the villages of Kadish or Kaleidy. Justin Pascal. Do you have plants, or are they dead or alive? Do I have plants? Do I have a plant? I don't think I have any plants, honestly. I remember years ago I had some type of orchid, but I could not keep the orchid alive, and then I had a friend tell me that you're supposed to transplant the orchid to a piece of bark or something with dirt on it or something. Pedro was good in Game of Thrones and that was it. Yeah, I guess that was the era where it's usually actors come up phase, when they kind of they got nothing to lose, well, they got everything to lose, right? That's where the most is expected of them. And then for a while they're loved by everyone. But isn't it so interesting that everyone who is loved by everyone, eventually it's just a flip switches, and then the memes start churning out of the, sometimes genuine criticisms, and then it's everyone in some way feels confident to kind of turn against them, and it just kind of shows you the fickleness of the mob, of which I will say I was always fickle from the very beginning. I never tried to hide it. The pandering is what makes them disgusting. Well, that's a good point too. I mean, the constant circle jerking about Pedro Pascal all the time. I'm what the fuck, are we really jizzing our pants about someone's dad? Kadish. How do you say these places? Kadish or Kaleidy? These are Game of Thrones locations. Also, speaking of Game of Thrones, have you guys ever looked into some of the other locations that aren't necessarily based on the UK kind of mythology, but they're based in the Middle East / Africa and all that kind of stuff? And I mean, some of the things that are discussed that take place in Game of Thrones within those areas sound fucking really interesting. Just, you know what I mean? Just full-on dinosaurs and terrifying giant bugs and people that rip your skin off. I don't know, I'm just it really seems that whole world of Game of Thrones has a lot to offer to it, and I'm sure they'll just continue trying to milk it forever. Am I a plant? I am. I'm an Israeli plant. here to convince everyone that... What am I here to convince you guys to do? Buy kosher? I feel like the Game of Thrones mythology check out the Witcher's universe. Oh yeah. It's crazy, dude, how like talented people are creating like entire universes. Like how do you... I assume it's just like from the time you're little you consume... Like, you know what I mean? You consume... You know, you just consume these universes over and over to the point that you're able to like replicate them in some variation. Joe, if you could marry any female celebrity, who would it be? Maybe Sherry O'Terry. I don't know. She seems fun. She's still very beautiful, you know what I mean? I think there's a few places here filming was done, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's cool. Have I ever visited Canada? The only place I was in Canada was just Niagara Falls over the border. So nothing too crazy far into it. It's always weird though. I just get like overcome with like, what do they call it? Sondering, where you sonder and try to like absorb every other individual's like individual perspective. You try to like, I don't know, put yourself in their shoes of existence almost instantaneously as you stare at them. And it's just almost like too overwhelming seeing like too many people at once, realizing that like every single one of them has like an individual life just like you, with the same amounts of insecurities and desires and, you know, an ongoing narrative within their mind. It's, you're just like, oh, fuck me. It really makes you feel pretty meaningless. Used to take magnesium every night with you, then you stopped. Well, dude, I was taking the wrong fucking one, dude. I didn't even realize. The one I suggested, it wasn't the glycinate. And then I started taking the glycinate again and I can actually sleep. But apparently it's the glycinate or glycinate or whatever it is that like helps to minimize your cortisol levels at night. And, yeah. I don't know about Dwayne Johnson getting acting jobs. He himself in every movie. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, ever since like back whenever they tried to put The Rock in movies and he was like the Scorpion King, right? It was just, it made sense. Like he's a big muscular bad guy just like every other 80s action movie star, blah, blah, blah. But then he tried to do more serious roles where he's Dwayne The Rock Johnson, right? That one movie called like Walk the Line or something. And I thought he did pretty fine in that. But then after that, it's like, you just see him in all sorts of movies, and he's just like, I mean, granted, he was the highest paid one, so he seems to be doing something right, but he's just kind of in like those movies with Jack Black, where they essentially are like meaningless, right? Just like meaningless drivel of like Jumanji bullshit, which I'm sure somebody likes Jumanji, sure, but it's not like when you're talking about your favorite movies of all time, you're going to be like, it was the Jumanji movie, or like, it was the Minecraft movie. No one's going to remember any of that ever forever. It's going to be watched once, make $1 billion, exert all of its energy in one giant explosion like a nuke, and then be completely thrown in a vault and forgotten forever. What religion does Joel believe? Let's guess. Yeah, go ahead, guess. Nothing. The original movie and the cartoon were great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What was and then fucking Jack Black, you know, he just pumps out so much slop, which, like, I really like Jack Black. I was always a huge fan, you know what I mean? And then, and they just, you know, I get it. He's making movies for his kids or whatever he wants to tell himself that makes a shit ton of money, sure. And then he was in Anaconda. Dude, Anaconda was like a pretty serious movie that took itself, you know, even if it did eventually become, like, sci-fi nonsense, eventually, but it's like now it's like a comedy. Why the fuck is Anaconda a comedy with Jack Black and like Kevin Hart? The original Anaconda was good. The subsequent films apparently were trash, but that's fine. But you certainly can't like make a jokey joke parody out of it and call it the original. Jack Black was also Nacho Libre, and I still know what you did last summer. Yeah, he's been in a shit ton of stuff. Do you anybody remember him in Enemy of the State? That was kind of an interesting role for him. And I thought he did a really, really good job representing the character that he played. Granted, he's still himself, but I thought he did a good job in King Kong, the 2005 movie. So what is Joel's religion? Oh, I mean, I grew up going to like Christian stuff, so I mean, I've kind of gotten away from it, but I'll be honest with you, like in my personal time, I like still pray and hope for the best or whatever, but I'm not like gonna go out of my way to proselytize or, you know, push it on anybody or anything like that, because honestly, I don't even know. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I just like hope for the best. Sometimes I like to imagine like if the absolute, that which is God, is like a body of water, and then a stone falls into the body of water, and then you yourself as the individual is like a droplet that, like, you know, in slow motion flies up to the top. Eventually that droplet returns to the absolute, that which is the body of water, and maybe that's just like what life is over and over and over again. Do I like Scarlett Johansson? I mean, she's fine. Like, I have nothing against her personally. But I saw her in the Jurassic Park movie, and I thought it was just a complete waste of time. And that's fine, too. Movies are kind of supposed to be waste of times at this point. And we're never going to get, you know, like, good movies ever again, and unless they're, like, indies or something. You're a Muslim. We appreciate Christians that practice their religion and not let it go. Yeah, same way I appreciate a Muslim who's into their stuff and doesn't force it on anybody. Like, I believe everybody should be able to practice their religion peacefully, but I don't for a second want religion integrated into my government. I don't want it forced on me. I don't want any sort of conflict related to it. I fucking despise the fact that all of our Middle Eastern wars are like low-key based around some sort of strange Zionistic Christian alliance of sorts that makes no fucking sense and literally is nowhere in any way tied to the Bible. You know what I mean? It's just manipulation tactics so people can, you know, accrue power and destroy regions and, you know, move about large swaths of people to cause further fucking conflict. It just sucks. I mean, if not, yeah, I mean, is that not Satanism, if anything, just masquerading as something else? If you're not funny, I don't give a fuck how hot you are, you ain't attracted to me. It's true. It's true, Justin. You tell him. You tell that unfunny fucking homeless guy. What's what? How do you feel about the one world order? I mean, from what it sounds like, we're kind of like nearing what's called phase 6 of, you know, the American Empire's role in like the one world order. So like phase 6 in these sort of like risings of the economic downfall of these countries is where we're now going to war, right? And there's going to be like massive inflation, and then the American Empire starts to fall, and then the next, you know, after the war or like during it in some fashion, they're going to like switch away from the dollar, both as the central, you know, banking currency or whatever, or like the primary currency, world reserve currency, and then switch over to more of like the CBDC thing, but it's going to be primarily China, I guess. That's like the one that comes out on top as like the, I don't know, AI surveillance state future, you know, they get to be the next 100 years of human dominance or something. I don't fucking know, man. It's Cody Weiss, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Everything becomes a religion, and sometimes look at the LGBT that profess against religion, but they're new. I mean, everything, yeah. Whenever you kind of begin to have like a group think towards something, and if anybody deviates from your group think, is it not in and of itself a religion or a cult? And then they sit there and justify negative actions and certain, you know, negative personality traits as like victimization. But if you're going to do bad stuff, but then claim any sort of criticism towards your bad stuff is victimization, that's not a very good deflectionary method. Like, people can see through that a million times over. Like, people aren't dumb. It's just that sometimes people are so incredibly nice that they're afraid to be painted as a bad person, when in reality, I think people need to stop being afraid to be painted out as bad people and just tell the fucking truth. Just tell the fucking truth for what it is. Point it out for what it is, because that's the only way you can overcome those sort of like strange abstract linguistic spells that are constantly being, you know, perpetuated against you to keep you from ever like uncovering reality for what it is. Stanford Prison Experiment fits the bill here. Yeah, maybe. Does anyone else feel that the phasing out of the penny is a way for us to rely less on physical money and more on digital? I mean, it's certainly a step, right? You know, you could sit there and say economically it costs more to make the penny than whatever, but it's like we've already seen the phasing out of money in places like Australia, for example, or whatever. How long is it going to be before, either through war or whatever, some sort of cataclysmic, you know, blacking out of the power grid or blacking out of the banks or whatever, that then all of a sudden the Federal Reserve and BlackRock have to have some accords. We have to have the accords and then transition over to a new system, a system that can be shut down if you say anything bad on social media or whatever. The worst part about all of it, when they shut down your bank account, is that it's going to be fucking AI that's doing it. It's not even going to be like the heart of a human that has to make a decision day in and day out on whether or not they should put you in a camp or deperson you. It's just going to be a fucking computer that follows a protocol. You get the idea. If you can't heal me at my worst, definitely can't heal me when I'm covered in butter, because I'm too slippery. You can't literally catch me. Joel might add you to a stalker story about thirsting him from YouTube. It's true. Everybody in here has shown up in my house once or twice before. Joel, you mentioned the economy earlier. Do you think we make a living wage working in luxury hotels in Gaza? I don't know. You have to talk to Jared Kushner about that. He's got all the plans. Apparently he is the Antichrist. Bum 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 bum. My country has made cash more fragile to force us to use cashless options. Our dollar bills rip so easily now when in the past they'd be so tough. They'd be made from fabric. Anyways, I'm just gonna make up the sound of these places. I don't know how to fucking say them. She hoped that by wandering through the woods, she might find the villages of Kadish or Kaleidi, but the woods outside of Sopotskin are vast, and she once again found herself walking miles and miles without so much of a trace of civilization. She walked and walked, feeling herself becoming more and more parched and hungry, until finally she began to feel sick and lighthearted. She staggered along, wondering how much longer she'd be able to continue, until suddenly she heard the sound of something shrill and keening creeping. Bing bong bong, bing bong, bing 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 bong. Hey Joel, here's my movie hot take. Maggie is Arnold Schwarzenegger's best acting movie. Maggie? I don't remember Maggie. I know you don't want to hear this, Joel. You'll notice the difference. Mercury retrograde ends tomorrow at 3:33 p.m. Tomorrow is all the day of the equinox. Love you, long time, thumbs up. I mean, listen, if you guys believe in that stuff, I do want to hear it, because there seems to be a lot of people that are into space magic, and that's fine. And there seems to be even the people that are in like positions of extraordinarily wealth of power, old banking families that go back to Babylon, like they all believe in space magic too, probably. So if there's some truth to it, let me know. But you got to give me some specifics. What's going on with Mercury and Gatorade, and why does it end tomorrow at 3:33? And what am I going to feel? Am I going to be able to get like longer lasting erections? Like, what's the deal? Joel, if you were athletic, what sports would you play? Oh, probably slam ball. That's it. Slam ball and shuffleboard. Figure skating. Longer lashes, yeah. I'll get longer lashes and stronger fingernails tomorrow. I love how you changed into a Chinese accent when you read "Love You" part. That never happened. I don't... Your Honor, I don't recall. Dodgeball. Wish slam ball was still a thing. Dude, wasn't it sick? It's just like, I don't know, some of it was so insane because they're like flying up there, right? Just at unnatural heights, like fucking 12 feet in the air, well above the rim, just impossible heights. And then they were just like smashing into each other midair and like hoping nobody broke their fucking neck. Hope this all works out. Hi Joe, you need to do the homework. Why? Why don't I have to do it if you're the one? That's like me coming up to you and saying, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. And then you're like, what? What are you talking about? I'm like, you figure it out. See ya. See you later. Good luck. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I'm just saying, like, for me to expect to understand the truth, if you're the revelation, right? Like, were you just given this message in a dream and you're just passing it on, or like, what's the deal? Joe, would you be open to supporting Liverpool football as your soccer team? I would. Liverpool is my team. I like Michael Myers, the actor. He's from Liverpool. Sam Riding's from Liverpool. And that's all you need to know. She staggered along, wondering how much longer she'd be able to continue, until suddenly she heard the sound of something shrill creeping through the trees. It was music, a violin to be specific, and then after hunting down its source, she found a small Russian encampment along with a wounded soldier sitting on an ammunition tin. She stopped, leaning against a tree, and watched him make that violin sing a sad, old Russian song. And then once he was done, he looked around and saw her, but she did not startle him. Grandma didn't speak Russian, only Yiddish and a little Polish, but she could understand enough to know what the man was inviting her to come and sit. I don't have the time to spell it out here. You're a Gemini and you're also a number 4, which is Aquarius. Rule 5 is also the ruling number of Mercury and Gemini. Well, can someone else in here explain it for you in your stead? I'm open. I'm listening, brother. Brother man Bill. I'm ready. Tell me the magic, bro. But the thing is, dude, this is why I don't get too into it. You want to know why? Because if every day of my life, if I wake up thinking to myself, oh, I'm a Gemini and Mercury is in Gatorade, oh, I can't do this today, or I can't sign, I can't get a mortgage, or I can't fucking go ask somebody out, or you know what I mean? Like, I might shit my pants. Like, it's just, if you're going to constantly live in a state of like either exorbitant fear or exorbitant confidence because of what the stars tell you, to what extent is that just going to cause some type of like abstract placebo effect that either hinders you or, is a boon? It's just, I don't know if I should expend that type of energy. How is that so different than, say, some of the major religions nowadays? Well, I don't think there's ever anything in Christianity that ever tells me, like, I shan't not go, partake in a signing of, pieces of paper because the stars aren't lined up. In many ways, the stars, it tells you not to interact with, like, the soothsayers or, witchcraft of sorts. I'm not saying it's witchcraft. I'm just saying sometimes it's best to not make any dealings with those things and be something completely separate. I strongly dislike, I don't know what slam ball is. It's unregulated street basketball. Please explain. It's just basketball that's cool as shit with like fucking trampolines. As a Muslim, believing star signs and doing things based on a random spirituality is seen as disbelieving in God, i.e. monotheism. That's kind of the similar situation in Christianity as well. Like, there's definitely an apprehension towards it, and I'm sure that plays into my subconscious view towards astrology as well. But at the same time, I'm open to hearing what people think or like what they've experienced. But it's always like anytime I ask for answers, it seems like everyone's really defensive or deflectionary of like what they want to describe their faith as. Because is it not, like, to a degree, some type of like generalized nebulous directional faith? It certainly feels that way, and hence why I'm like, I'd love to hear about your religion. I'd love to hear about your beliefs and your experiences with said beliefs. Who knows? Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe, But you don't have to be defensive about it. I'm not defensive about mine. I get some of the shit that I think is fucking nuts. How does one person's story reading YouTuber Broham? I want to make some money off of chilling too. How does one become a story reader? Oh, well, yeah, you could reach out to, like, what's it called? Chilling I don't work for Chilling anymore, but you reach out to Chilling, and if you feel like you got skills, you could audition probably, and they pay you that way, or you could do things on ACX, which is like narrating audiobooks and stuff. I mean, there's certain standards for it, but you could also just start your own YouTube channel and hope for the fucking best. That's probably, in my opinion, the best way to go, because then you'll just be independent or whatever. It's subjective, and not one person has the same experience in astrology, which I guess would make sense on the fact that it's so successful. It's so ambiguous, maybe? Joel, rest in peace, Britt Miller. Yeah, you typed that a few times. I'm not familiar. Who's Britt Miller? Football player, American football player. Let me click the news, maybe? From Mr. Britt Miller. It's going all the way back to 2016 on ESPN. I'm not familiar. Let's see. Looks to be like a long snapper or something. Who was Britt Miller in the NFL? As a proud American, I can respect everyone's right to worship whatever they believe, but they all sound like fairy tales to me. And that's fine too. It's understandable. And that's why I don't think any form of like religion, in any of its forms, should be integrated in any of our governmental decisions, especially ones that, seem to harken back to shit that happened 2,000 fucking years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, that should not be integrated into government. And it's scary. There isn't any well-known record Britt Miller in the NFL history. Oh, what the hell are we talking about? Britt Miller, Pleasant Hill, California? Britt Miller, Pleasant. Hey, Kathy Evans. What's up, dude? Joe, how do you feel about the show Firefly coming back? Oh, I heard that was a good one. I love that actor on there. I forget his name, but I love those like sci-fi channel actors who are like kind of B-roll dudes. They're always like one superhero movie away from like their huge break where they're making like millions, but they're just like really talented from the time they're like 30 all the way to like 50, which I guess is kind of like Pedro Pascal style stuff. They just gotta like find their break. The actual NFL Britt Miller, full name Britt William Miller. Wait, no, what are we talking about? Pleasantville, California. There's no Dude, I don't know who Britt Miller is. I'm sorry, Joel. Britt Miller, Pleasantville, California. Your biggest fan. I used to spam comment section saying, Britt, you did it. Again, thank you. I'll shut up. Oh, well, why were you saying rest in peace? I thought something happened to a Britt Miller. Yeah, I know, it's okay. I'm sorry, I can't remember everybody's name that comments on the YouTube channel from years ago. But God bless you, and I hope you're doing good. If you guys want a show to watch in the UK, we have this show called The Night Manager with the actor who did Loki. It's absolutely cinema and highly rated. Another one is Line of Duty. Thank me later. Okay. I like British shows. Have you watched Snuffbox? Snuffbox is pretty funny. Hey, Albert Watson. What's up, bro? But she could understand enough to know what the man was inviting her to come. To know what the man was inviting. To know that the man, okay. What's good? Not much, man. Just fucking on that reader grind. Hey, see ya, Bad Panda. Have a good one. I got caught off guard one of your podcasts when you burped Miss Story. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Did you see the new Spider-Man trailer? I haven't, no. I will check it out later for show. But she could understand enough to know that the man was inviting her to come and have a seat. He gave her water and some bread, and then as she ate, Grandma noticed the bloody bandages around his abdomen and how pale and gaunt the man looked. When he talked, she barely understood a word of what he said, but it was clear that he was dying and that in his final hours, he only wished to play his violin. When my Zelda was finished eating, the man pointed off into the trees. Grandma understood soldiers, bread, and water, and that's all she needed to hear. When Grandma Zelda thanked the wounded soldier, he smiled, and then as she walked away, he began playing the same sorrowful tune that she'd heard on her approach, and then she walked and walked till she could hear it no more. Grandma Zelda said that by that point, her feet and legs were aching from what felt like endless walking and running. But having eaten and drunk her fill and knowing her salvation lay on the other side of the forest, she found both the strength and will to keep going. She kept on pushing through the woods, praying that she'd find safety before she had to spend another night in the woods, until suddenly there was a loud whizzing as something flew past her head before the sound was immediately followed by the loud crack of a rifle being fired. Grandma Zelda said that she darted behind a tree, convinced that she'd run into a German patrol. And then when another bullet struck the tree that she was hiding behind so hard that it made the whole thing shake, she started to scream. Zelda said that she unleashed all of her pain and grief and terror and exhaustion with those screams. There were no words, just wild shrieks as yet more bullets struck the tree that she was hiding behind, and then suddenly the firing stopped. Hey, Codboy, take it easy. Joel, do you remember the story about the girl who saw her dad through the garage window? He had claws. The story of the dad through the garage window? He had claws. I don't remember that one. That's weird. Is there like a YouTuber group chat for this you can go to at some point, or is the community all unks? I turn 20 next year and I want to lock in with voice acting and reading and reviewing stuff. Well, the thing is that I've noticed is that, like, sure, there are like different, like, I look at YouTube creators as like different waves, right? They come in waves, and there might be a wave of them that start around the same time. Maybe they kind of like link up in an unk group chat or whatever, and, you know, do collaborations, all that kind of stuff. And you could try to connect with them, but it doesn't mean that that's going to guarantee any sort of success for you. But what I would do, and what it seems to be the most prevalent manner in which to do things, is to be on top of the new thing, right? Be the new shit, you know, like, that's why people popped off whenever, like, TikTok came out, because all of us unks were unprepared for TikTok. But the youngins were already there, and then they were able to like pop off with that and translate over into YouTube, and then they no longer needed like a unk group chat to like succeed or anything. They can just like pave their own way because the algorithm has smiled thus upon them. And so I would say for you is just like, do your own thing, you know what I mean? Do what you believe you want to do, and you know that you think you could do better, which I'm sure there's plenty of talented things you can do way better than the unks, 100%. And just put yourself out there in all forms of social media, so it just like increases your wide-reaching net, you know. Aren't you 24? No, I'm 30. I'm 35, bro. I'm hardcore unk, and a literal uncle. I'm 25 forever. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I really have not changed that much since then as far as physicality goes, but it's, you know, at the same time, sometimes you just got to accept your unkhood. I just started watching a couple of nights ago. Now you're my favorite storyteller. I love the more gruesome tales. Thank you, Michael. Good to see you. Thank you for listening. What mic am I using? The one you're hearing me right now is the Neumann TLM 103. It's an expensive mic, but I mean, it was one that I got for voice acting specifically, but that never really panned out. But the one I record into is the H4n Pro. It's an ASMR sort of microphone. TikTok? When I get my memes a week later like an adult. Yeah, on Instagram. But, you know, be ready. Oh, that's what they all say. That's actually so true. The Neumann TLM 103, can you say that second one again? Yeah, so Neumann, Neumann, TLM 103. And then the second one was the it's a Zoom microphone, H4n Pro. They don't even make it anymore. You'd have to move on to the newer ones, of which, when this microphone kind of took a shit the one time, I think you guys were in the stream when that happened, I had to literally buy a new microphone off of eBay to like find the same sort of like continuity of workflow. Because your workflow is very important when it comes to content creation stuff. What's up, Esteban? I haven't listened to your channel now, but I wanted to let you know they really help me when I was having issues sleeping. Your voice is very calming. Thank you, Shelves. I'm glad you're sleeping better. I could have sworn you said you're 212 pounds and are alive at 5'10". Are you super jacked or something? I mean, I'm not like super jacked. I'm like 218, right? And I guess just like normal, and pretty normal kind of level of jacked. Like someone who's just been basically lifting weights since they were 14 type shit, and hasn't really stopped. Doesn't mean, like, basically I'm just like a manifestation of whatever my genetics are. From Seinfeld. He says Neumann kind of snotty. Oh yeah, Newman. The Neumann. So the Zoom H4n Pro, but the newest version. So the H4n Pro is just like not produced anymore. So if you were to use an H4, or if you were to use a Zoom microphone, which honestly I wouldn't even suggest. I wouldn't even suggest it. I'd just get like a normal condenser microphone made specifically for voiceovering stuff and download Audacity and just record onto that or some shit, Because I like recorded this microphone. It has like a memory card that I connect to the computer and then fucking edit on Sony Vegas, Donated another 1K to APAC in your name today, Joel. That's 2K total. All right, perfect. Maybe they won't put me in a fucking camp whenever all the power goes out. Hey, Sarah, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Donate an 8-pack, yeah. Condenser microphone, record on Audacity, got it. Yeah, and definitely watch a bunch of YouTube videos as well to give you advice on like just... Because honestly, sometimes like in the realm of content creation, your audio quality is like way more important than like your video quality, just because, that's the... Most of the time people just like have YouTube Premium, put it on, and then turn the screen off and just fucking fall asleep to whatever the fuck you say and don't give a shit about your video editing at all. And if you really sit there and think about it, nobody really expects a lot from like video stuff. Like I see people, they do their, have you ever seen some of the fucking iceberg videos? Some of the iceberg videos are the laziest fucking pieces of shit videos I've ever seen in my life. But if you just put yourself in front of a camera and have a shitty drawing of like a giant man-eating lice, you know what I mean? Like as one of your I don't know, you know what I mean? Like it just be anything and it's just you next to it. Like someone's gonna jerk off to it, right? Someone's gonna fall asleep to it. Someone's gonna fall in love with you. Like you're going to find your audience if you stick with it and try to like maximize your search engine optimization shit. What's my PC specs? Well, the one that I'm doing on now, it's not great, you know what I mean? But the one that I bought a new PC recently, so that's all updated with good shit. Granted, I'm trying to slowly transition everything over to that computer and get my workflow going over there, but it's been kind of tough. Your voice really streams well is what I mean. It's for audio, for my voice specifically for impersonations and singing. Oh, okay, that'd be fun. Yeah, maybe something more specifically for like a condenser mic probably would be smart. You guys got to look up the Newman clips on Seinfeld. Yeah, those are classic. Well, not everybody can be as good as Wendigoon making iceberg videos. You might. That's the thing. It's like you never know, bro. You might be the next Wendigoon. Like the algorithm might take a big fucking golden shit right on your lap, and like you're like, why the fuck did I not start earlier? Hey, Joel, Netanyahu here. You've been selected to be the 21st Buttersock Division of my new war to take over the Middle East. Please report to Tel Aviv by Monday. You got it, sir. I'll meet you at the coffee shop. We'll take a video together. Thank you so much for your advice. Yeah, no worries. Can't lie, it did feel like the Boys in the Hood scene when I called Unc first time. Yeah. Open fire. Then suddenly, the firing stopped. Grandma said that in the moments that followed, she believed that she became overcome by... That she'd become... That's weird. Miss Wendigoon? Yeah, does Wendigoon still make videos? I'm sure he does, right? What's your favorite protein? Probably eggs. Or steak. Steak and eggs with a coffee. First time seeing me live. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, we're just recording stories for tomorrow. I'm slow as shit, yammering on about nothing. Grandma said that in the moments that followed, she believed that she'd be overcome by German soldiers. They'd swarm her, beat her, and she didn't know this at the time, but she'd be lucky if she was merely killed, as the fate that awaited her in a German slave labor camp would be 1,000 times worse than simply a quick death. But no sooner had the shooting stopped, she heard a voice yelling out, "It's just a girl. It's just a little girl." A man was yelling in Polish, chastising another for shooting at her. And then the next thing, the voice is calling out to her, telling her to come out, that they're friendly and they wanted to take care of her. Grandma said that she believed it was a trick and could only bring herself to peek around the tree that she was hiding behind. But there, walking towards her through the trees, were a group of Polish and Belarusian partisans, civilian fighters wearing civilian clothes. By nightfall, Grandma Zelda was in a mixed encampment. My feed must be screwed. I never see stuff. Oh, damn. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube's weird about, like, just never telling anybody about any video ever. I know I do good with voice content because I've always gotten compliments in it from when I did theater and, like, especially over mic, but I fear perverts. Dude, you're gonna get perverts everywhere, man. You're just gonna have to deal with the public and try to keep a healthy distance between them and buy a fucking bulldog or a pit bull or a fucking giant bazooka. Hey man, first time listening live, your stories help me relax. I really like the Blizzard theme on Appalachian ones. Hey, thank you. Good to see you. I'm gonna have to do more of those. Monday I uploaded a video on Wendy Gang, and a week ago I dropped a video on the main channel about the road. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I feel bad. I don't really watch a lot of like content creators in general or like, you know, horror stuff, so God bless him. He's a good man. Hope he's doing okay. You're pretty close to your extensive family as a... Oh, you're talking... I'm sorry. How are you recording the actual story? Did you have to cut out all the other live stream stuff to record these? It's 2 separate mics. Like I said, one has like a memory card in it that I record into. So anytime I start and stop, it's recording right there. Hey, May, what's up? I got a female pit bull named Gypsy. Well, there you go, dude. Now you can be a YouTuber. Anybody that tries to touch you, you can just kill them with a dog. Just kidding. All right. By nightfall, Grandma Zelda was in a mixed encampment of partisans and Soviet soldiers. All had been taken completely by surprise by the German attack, so the scene was a chaotic one. But once again, she was thankfully given food and water by the soldiers before accompanying various groups of Russian soldiers as they retreated back to Moscow to mount a final valiant defense on their nation's capital. There, she lived in a home for orphan children, and it was there that she heard of the war's progression. Everybody seemed to think that they were doomed when she first arrived, yet slowly but surely fortunes were reversed. First, the Germans failed to complete their pincer movement, by which they intended to encircle Moscow, and after that, the Russian counterattack started, and each one seemed to be a resounding success. The first real celebration came when it was announced that the Germans had officially been driven out of Russian territory. And then the next big celebration came when the first Soviet soldiers stepped foot on sovereign German territory. The war they started had returned to their homeland, something which brought the world... Good morning from London, UK. Hello, hello. Guten Tag. Am I recording the actual story? Do you have to... Oh, yeah. Yep, we're recording now. It's hump day, and I just realized, oh shit, AI Daddy is... AI Daddy. The most hurtful thing you could say to poor old Joel Lington the Third. Oh yeah, baby. Drink the drink. The war they started had returned to their homeland, something which brought the entire world a great amount of joy. Yet that joy paled in comparison to which was felt when the greatest news of the 20th century hit the airwaves. The leader of Germany and commander-in-chief of their great and powerful armed forces was dead. You know his name. And no one really believed it at first, as it was very hard to distinguish. Bing bong, bing long, bing bong bong. No one really believed it at first, as it was very hard to distinguish between real news and that which was merely propaganda. People had to wait to have headlines confirmed by friends or relatives who'd seen evidence of such things. What the hell was that? Jesus Christ. The Germans have risen again up through my gut. Oingy boingy. The daemons, the Daemons. People had to wait to have headlines confirmed by friends or relatives who'd seen evidence of such things with their own eyes. Obviously, the Allies were unable to recover the remains of their leader, and to this day, this gives rise to theories that he really didn't die and somehow escaped. Some celebrated the news, and others took it with a grain of salt, but not a single person could contain their jubilation when news came that the Germans had surrendered. The Russians kept much of the territory that they had taken from the Germans, including the eastern portion of Berlin, and then in 1949, when she was still just 18, my grandma Zelda was sent from Moscow to Poland as part of a work program. And there she met an American journalist of Polish origin, and the two conversed in Polish as they worked on and documented the rebuilding of Warsaw. They fell in love, got married, and Zelda moved to America with him once his assignment was over. She later found out that she'd been declared a traitor by the Soviets, as technically she abandoned her post before her work assignment was finished. But Grandma didn't care. She had no intention of ever returning to Europe, even when the wall fell and the Soviet Union collapsed under the weight of its own bureaucracy. She said the memories were all too powerful and that the traveling through the continent would be like traveling through a giant cemetery in which she had no idea where her family was buried, or if they were even buried at all. She knew where the mass grave was. She could never forget. But as they began to lose the war, the Germans often dug up the mass graves containing the bodies of those they'd slaughtered and burned them in a giant pile to conceal evidence of their crimes. There would be no guarantee. Did y'all know Danny Elfman is the lead singer-songwriter of the Oingo Boingo? I did not know that. Just got back from a 1.5 hour choir practice. My vocals are fried. Now I have way more respect for people who talk nonstop for 4 hours plus like you. Well, I mean, dude, it's me going like this. Talking like Doodle Bob is way different than, singing. I have no singing experience, so being fried, probably giving it your all like that for an hour and a half is top tier. But I guess it will get easier over time, perhaps. I'm not really sure. Does anyone have any recommendation for insomniac, like sleeping patterns? I get like 3 hours a night max. Magnesium glycinate. There's this one on Amazon, this cocoa powder. It's pretty good. The only bad thing is it's given me nightmares the past couple of nights, which is a bit odd, but maybe it'll get easier. Hi, kitty. What's up, buddy? My cat is rubbing between my legs. Alright, so we got moon powder. I think it's moon powder. I mean, it really doesn't matter what you get. Oh, maybe it's Moon Brew. Let's look at Moon Brew. So Moon Brew's ingredients, we got it's got magnesium in the form of magnesium glycinate. That's important. It's got zinc for immune system, sodium, potassium, but then this also, I guess, helps with like reducing cortisol in your liver, which sometimes after that 3 hour window that you say you're waking up, it's like something about it like confuses your brain and thinking it's like an early wake up, so it releases cortisol and puts you in a stress state. Some people have said whenever they take like a little bit of honey, a little bit of manuka honey with like salt, sometimes that can like help mitigate that as well, like if you wake up and take one of those scoops. But at the same time, if you were to take this, magnesium glycinate, L-theanine, as well as some other random bullshit in there as well. Powder before bed. It should help to mitigate that 3-hour wake-up time. It's just tough, man. You might have to like exhaust yourself with exercise as well during the day, and go on some walks, get some sun. Serotonin is created when your brain sees light, hence waking up with the sunlight. You need to reset your circadian rhythm. I need to do it too. I mean, I really need to have like a normal sleep schedule. It'd be so cool. So what made you pick this background for spring? It's cool. I guess just because it's raining in it and it's not snow. It looks like a nice springy forest. Oh, why would you dig up the mass graves? That makes no sense. I think they did it to like, it said to hide their crimes or whatever, probably from like the Nuremberg trial bullshit or whatever. I don't fucking know. Potassium from banana peels on the back of the neck. Not familiar. Or maybe some grave robbing too, who knows. Hey Leanne, how you doing? There would be no guarantee my ancestors' bodies would even still be there, and even so, it didn't matter. There would be no guarantee my ancestors' bodies would even still be there, and even so, it didn't matter. Grandma Zelda carried her memories of them in her heart, from place to place, and they were only extinguished on the day she died. In that way, her heart became a cemetery all of its own, a living, beating memorial to the loved ones she'd lost. A part of preserving that memory was passing on the story, first to her daughter, and then to me. So here's to you, Grandma Zelda, and your incredible story of resilience and survival. You may well have a grave here in America, but just as you did, I'll carry all my happy memories of you in my heart, where they can never be dug up, burned, or erased. Would you slather me over garlic toast like one of your Buttersauce cult girls? Probably, yeah. I saw a picture of Ellen DeGeneres earlier, but she was clearly photoshopped on like a baddie, like a thick mamacita. And all the comments were like, unfortunately, would. Right, but as a pile of ashes and bones left evidence than a mass grave? Maybe back then, you know what I mean? Maybe back then, I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't have any way to like demonstrate what is or isn't. I have no clue, man. Sadly, not a history Buffington. Some people that send stories are though. I'm trying to understand what its screen is. Are we looking at a creature's head from behind or a hand hold? I don't know. Robin made it. It just seems to be like a very creepy concept art, but at the same time, like, it's so mysterious and provocative. It almost looks like it's existing within its own little like display case. Like the forest behind it is almost like a backdrop image at a museum, and then like the mound of grass with whatever the fuck like weird thing we're looking at. Like, I don't know. And then the rain, like it's almost like its own little capsule. Yeah, it does feel like a Wendigo of sorts. Dealing with bipolar weather here in Columbus, 75 and sunny one day, 25 snowing, black ice. It's wild. How's y'all's weather? Yeah, dude, it's the same shit over here. It was beautiful for the beginning of March, I think, and then it's right back to shit town. And the worst part is like probably not going to get consistently warm again until like end of April, May. Last year, dude, last year, I'm not kidding, it like didn't get warm until June 1st. It was just like fucking like really shitty weather all throughout May. Normally it's like May 1st, and then, you get the memes where everyone's like, it's gonna be May. And you're like stoked. You're like, fuck yeah, it's almost spring. What's my favorite place I've traveled to? Where have I been? I've been to Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, Anaheim, California. I went to Puerto Rico. I went to Dominican Republic. I went to Jamaica. I went to Hawaii, down the east coast of Florida, South Carolina, a little bit of Canada there. Went to Australia. I'm not like super well traveled, but I've been places, not like a ton. And honestly, for me, like, traveling is a little bit exhausting, I'll be honest with you. Like, I like it, but when I get home, I'm like, oh, fucking thank God I'm going to be here for just rot in my bed. Have I traveled to the Caribbean? I guess, yeah, like Jamaica. Isn't that the Caribbean? That was for a wedding. That was really beautiful. I guess I went out to Bermuda on a cruise one time. But, let's think. I mean, Jamaica was cool, but it was like, it was basically like they were trying to hide a lot of their poverty behind like all the, you know, hotel services and stuff. And then, you know, Puerto Rico and Puerto Rico wasn't as bad as the Dominican Republic, but the Dominican Republic was a fucking shithole. Same with Haiti. I mean, they were good people, but at the same time, just like I wouldn't want to live in like fucking basically cinder block houses with tarps on them and shit the rest of my life. Honestly, I don't know. I like South Carolina. There was something about South Carolina where I was like, everyone was just so nice. Everyone was super nice. It was like, it's like right now, let's look. It was down in Clemson, South Carolina weather. Okay, so for some reason it's cold. But it's cold right now, but it was a high of 65 today. Or it will be a high of 65 today, and then tomorrow's 73, 81, 82, 78, 60, 60, you know, like, that's fucking gorgeous. It's like the weather's literally perfect. And everyone seems really nice. The food was like diabolically good. Like, and now I know why everybody in the South is like fat as shit. Not everybody, but a lot of them, you know, because it's just the food is too fucking good. But there was something interesting about Australia as well when I went there. Granted, I only went to like Perth, so I didn't get to see a lot. But when I passed through like Sydney's airport, dude, all the airports in America, all combined together, don't even compare to like just one airport in Australia. Like Sydney's airport was so nice. Just like it seemed like they actually gave a shit about everything. And then you get to, you know, it was in Perth. It was, it felt like a weird like utopia, if that makes sense. Come back to Perth. I mean, I know it's like a weird thing to say, like it's a utopia per se, but it just like everything about it felt safe. It felt clean. It felt like, it almost felt like everyone was bored in a weird way, but bored in a sense that that's fine. You know, it's fine to be bored. Have I seen Rome's airport? No, dude, it's cool. Rome's airport. I really guess I haven't been to a lot of airports, but American airports are just kind of like not awesome. Okay, anyways. We finished that story. Now we got 2 more. We got 70s for a few days last week, 60s, torrential downpour, windstorm, and now it's been in the 30s, creeping up on 40 tomorrow. Damn. Zam. Also, let me go grab this protein drink real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Don't come to Trinidad ever. Our airports don't have functional escalators or elevators. You gotta walk. Damn. Unlucky. Okay. I was like, I gotta get this protein shit in me now before I go to sleep. Anyways, another story here, shall we? Shall we? Oh, Justin, since you're here and you're the makeup god, let me ask you a question. Okay, so I had someone recommend to me lip stuff, but it was like, this is a while ago, it was like avoid vitamin E and you want petroleum-free stuff. Like avoid vitamin E and avoid petroleum-based products. Well, what the hell is this? Alcohol first 5, avoid. Oh, Justin left. Oh my god, Justin, what the hell? Son of a gun. Alright, cancel that. Well, maybe you guys can answer this. The person suggested I use La Roche Rosé. What is La Roche Rosé Cytoplast? Psychoplast. Is that like a lip balm? Yeah, they were saying avoid. It was like a dermatologist said to avoid vitamin E. Like a friend of mine was like, oh, okay. Just because I was like curious about like lip balms you could wear out in the sun that wouldn't cause like, you know, because I've heard like sometimes you wear lip balms and you have to have the SPF or whatever, and then blah blah blah. La Roche Posay. I have no idea. It's like LA space ROCH space POSAY. La Roche Lassie is very good. And what's Psychoplast? What the fuck is that? CICAPL. I don't even know. Doesn't fucking matter. La Roche-Posay Psychoplast is a popular, recommended multi-purpose balm designed to repair, soothe, and protect. Okay. Well, fuck it, dude. We're getting it. We're getting it. We're buying everything on the internet, ever. Wonder if you can... Does it have SPF? I don't even know, dude. I hope so. What the fuck? I can't read any of their shit, bro. Too many doctors' bullshit. Let's see. Keep out of sight of children. If a kid even looks at it, they explode, apparently. Whatever. This is just totally meaningless. What doesn't matter. There is a version with SPF. Okay. Who needs sunscreen? I know, dude. Fuck all that shit. Many years ago now, at a Thanksgiving get-together, me and my cousin were talking about old Kevin Costner movies, this one specifically called The Postman. Now, for those who haven't seen it, it's pretty simple. Society goes to crap, anarchy reigns, but then Kevin Costner rekindles civilization by restarting the Federal Post Service. As me and my cousin were watching it, we started discussing how unrealistic it all seemed. But what we didn't know was that our old great-uncle had woken up from his nap and was actually listening to our conversation. Now, I think I said something about movies lacking authenticity and not being, like, believable. And then he kind of jumped. As our great-uncle Joe piped up and said, "There are much stranger stories than that have never been put to film. I'll tell you that for nothing." Now, me and my cousin asked, "Like what, Uncle Joe?" To which he replied, "Like what about a story about a town called Story, and the Wolfman living out near Murder Creek. My cousin and I waved him off, saying that there was no such story about a town called Story and no such place called Murder Creek. But Uncle Joe swore blind that it was true, and he even said that he met the Wolfman, and that he was covered in hair and had these big yellow eyes, and that he was as real as you or me. When me and my cousin then responded, "Swear on the Bible, Uncle Joe?" he told us he'd swear on anything we damned well wanted him. Anything we damned. Uncle Joe is sauced as hell. "I saw the Wolfman down at the fucking DMV. Not long ago, you posted a picture of Pradeep on your IG story, announced the live stream kicking off, and now I'm always bummed when you don't post a picture of him. Well, maybe that's how I should do my live stream postings now, is take a picture of him for my story. Just wherever he is, find him and take a picture and say live stream now. When me and my cousin responded, "Swear on the Bible, Uncle Joe?" he told us he'd swear on anything we wanted him to, and then in exchange of grabbing him another beer from the fridge, this is the story he told us. Our Uncle Joe was born in a little Arkansas town called Mount Ida back in 1921. It was the largest town in Montgomery County, but there were only a couple of hundred people living there at the time that the story actually took place. The rest were spread out among little hamlets named things like Malden, Gibbs, Washita, and Story. Now back then, Story was nothing more than a couple of houses and a site that they'd marked out to build a Baptist church. But just like today, it's almost entirely surrounded by dense pine woods as it resides on the western edges of the Ouachita National Forest. Ouachita. Fuck. Cats and dogs do really hit the algorithm. That's true. I really gotta hone in on my Ouachita Mountains. Wolfman was hanging out the Wendigo, Bigfoot, and they touched Uncle Joe's butt. They spread his cheeks and turned him into a cryptid. A Washita. Wait, how did they say it again? They just say Washita, like with a W starting out. Use Uncle Joe like a hand puppet. They picked me up and gave me a knobber. Is that my real voice? That's my real voice, you goddamn right. This is me. This is my true self. Everything else just a facade. But just like today, it's almost entirely surrounded by dense pine woods as it resides on the western edges of the Ouachita National Forest. Uncle Joe went to high school with a girl who lived up in Story named Emily Bandy. She was a pretty young lady with light blonde hair and big blue eyes, and all the boys at school had a crush on her. But then one day in 1935, a 14-year-old Emily walked off into the woods to find a toy arrow her little brother had lost, but she didn't walk out again. She was found a few hours later by her distraught father and uncle, and what they saw horrified them. Emily Bandy had been beaten to a pulp and stripped of her clothes, and when they found her, she was clinging to life. A doctor was summoned, who arrived at the Bandy residence as quickly as he could, and then after stemming the girl's internal bleeding and administering a cutting-edge treatment known as a blood transfusion at the time, Emily's father was told the girl might just live. Thankfully, Emily Bandy did end up surviving her ordeal, but was unable to describe her attacker until she was properly rested. And yet when she did, the blood of those who heard her description ran cold. Because according to young Emily, the thing that attacked her was no man, but a monster. Emily said she'd been walking through the woods, eyes on the ground in search of her brother's toy arrow. He'd been crying about losing it for almost an hour, so rather than listen to him wailing on about it for any longer, she took it upon herself to find it for him. And yet as she walked through the pines, determined to stop her brother's crying, something jumped out from behind a tree and struck her so hard in the side of the head that she blacked out for a moment. She woke up on the ground with something on top of her, something which appeared to sport jet black hair all over its body. It drooled as it let out a guttural growl, savaging her on the forest floor. And then as she tried to resist, it began striking her again. The next thing she remembered, it howled before it ran. The Wolfman. Did a good Michael McConaughey voice impression. You really think so? What the hell does he sound like? What does he do? What does he say again? Those are rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, I suppose Matthew McConaughey. I kind of don't really recall what he sounds like, if I'm being completely honest with you. Oh, that's right. All right. Yeah, I'm a fucking wolfman out there, aren't I? Has anybody watched, what was that movie, that show with him, True Detective? Anybody watch that? Gonna do the Boston accent. Hey, move it, I'm from fucking Boston, dude. Fuck you, dude. I'm from fucking Boston. I'm gonna fucking hit you with a hammer, and then I'm gonna fucking pry open your teeth and steal your gold, because I'm fucking kind of Irish or something. I don't really know, dude. Fuck. Gold dang, gold dang, gold dang. Be a lot cooler if you did. Alright. The next thing she remembered, it howled before it rolled away from her and found its feet. She thought the ordeal was over and that the creature believed that she was dead, until suddenly it lunged at her and began hitting her around the head and neck until she blacked out again. She later said that she believed that she was in heaven when her father and uncle first woke her up, and then when she realized she was not, the pain was so great that all she wanted to do was die. But then once she recovered, the only thing which frightened her more than that thought was the image of that monster writhing and howling on top of her. One of the men in attendance when Emily described her attacker was the county sheriff, and he soon organized a search of the woods around Story, a search which included not only deputies, but also a whole bunch of volunteers armed with shotguns and rifles. But on account of just how nervous and twitchy everyone was, it took just about all the deputies' organizational skills just to keep the volunteers from shooting one another. Needless to say, the hunt for Emily Bandy's attacker was unsuccessful, and the same could be said for the second hunt, which was mounted that very next day. But in the early morning hours of the third day, a deputy named Adams got up before dawn, put on his uniform and a blaze orange hunting cap, and then went walking off into the woods with a rifle slung over his shoulder. According to my great-uncle Joe, Deputy Adams was half Choctaw on his father's side, and that his daddy had taught him all kinds of hunting and tracking skills as a boy. The county sheriff hadn't wanted to let him off the leash, as it were, on account of all the volunteers. But on that third day, and tired of a bunch of clumsy but well-meaning hunters slowing him down, Deputy Adams walked off into the woods to bag himself a monster. He started right back at the place that the attack happened, and then from there, he wandered deeper and deeper into the woods till he reached a stream out near a hill called the Kaliba, I don't fucking know. Oh my god. Corvid, welcome back for 26 months. It's that time of year again. Getting poison oak on the coin purse while taking a pee with gloves on. Happy spring, everyone. I don't know what that means, but I like the sound of it. Oh my god. Okay, how do I say this? But thank you, Corvid, for sticking with me for 26 months. Do I watch any sports? I watch American football. Football. And every British person says, it's not called football. It's not called football. It's not called football. It's kick it up with the ball. Shut up. All right, how to say... What's my NFL team? I can't tell you. Okay, Calibiate. Calibiate? I don't think I ever heard you read a story where it's been so southern, the stories from the south, like my daddy with a shotgun. Yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Story? Where the hell's the story at? Don't say the Patriots. No, definitely not the Patriots. Though I do have to pay respects to Tom Brady, for sure. Even if he did cheat all those years, I feel like it takes more than a deflated ball to win six games. But do you remember whenever he said his wife did like weird magic? Do you guys remember that shit? His wife had like done magic for Tom Brady, so they saying that this will win you some games. I thought that was really fucking weird. All right. It's an old term for mineral water containing iron, so you'll see it in places. How the hell is this? Calibiate. All right. Calibiate. All right. He started right back at the place the attack happened, and then from there, he wandered deeper and deeper into the woods until he reached a stream out near a hill they call Calibiate Mountain. It was just after dawn had broken, so there was a soft blue light breaking through the trees, and then as Deputy Adams was walking by the river's edge, smack bang in the middle of nowhere, he looked up to see something which stopped him in his tracks. Downstream from him by maybe 50 to 60 yards, a man was kneeling by the water's edge and drinking from the stream. Only, it couldn't have been a man. The thing was dressed in what looked like rags and was covered in that same thick, dark hair that Emily Bandy had described. Dark fur covered its exposed arms and shoulders and ran all the way down to his legs before stopping at filthy black pads on the soles of its feet. Adam stared in disbelief at this creature, as unaware of his presence it continued to drink, and then finally Adam suddenly snapped out of his stupor and brought his rifle to his shoulder after racking a bullet into the breech. Yeah, I don't think you rack around in a rifle. Not to be a stickler about it or anything like that, but you're not racking a rifle. Cycle the action, charge the rifle, run the bolt, charging handle, chamber around. Oh, no. Okay, racking, or more commonly used with shotguns or pistols, refers to pulling back and releasing the action. So, yeah, that's incorrect with a rifle. Chambers around from the magazine or ejects a spent casing. How it differs from a rifle type. Bolt-action rifles, you mainly lift and pull the bolt back, then push it forward. Semi-auto rifles, like... You've heard rack? Oh, well, they're wrong, I guess. Cycled the action. He chambered around. I mean... Yeah, we could just say chambered around, might make some sense. Then finally, Adam suddenly snapped out of his stupor and chambered around into his rifle. Wait, brought the rifle? God damn it. Then finally, Adam suddenly snapped out of his stupor and brought his rifle to his shoulder. Yet upon hearing the distinct What is he talking about? Yet after hearing the distinct chambering of a round of Adam's rifle, the creature looked up, saw him, and then bolted off into the trees on two legs at speeds that seemed impossibly fast. Adams later said that he was too shaken to even attempt to shoot, not just because of how shaken he was, but because whatever that thing was, it needed to be brought in alive. Even as far back as the 30s, people believed in Sasquatches and mountain men. It's only rage bait if you say you're loading a clip and you're not loading a clip. Well, it wouldn't be a clip because a clip is like a magazine, right? So it's like important that you get the terminology right or it just doesn't make any fucking sense. I have a rifle that takes clips in 1945 SKS. Yeah, I mean, that would be a thing, but it's like the action in which it chambers might be, because could it still be a clip and, I mean, it'd be all sorts of, because you could pull back, what's that thing called? I mean, I guess really anything. You could do lever action, bolt action, and what's the one where you pull on the side and like pull it back? It's like ching. Ruger PC carbine 9mm is my favorite, but unfortunately not restricted weapon in Canada. Boo. Oh my god, Canada sucks. Deputy Adams was a practical man and didn't believe that there was a single animal out there that he hadn't seen during one of his hunts in the woods. I feel like I missed that. I have a perfect meme for the situation, but no images here. Rip. What's the meme? You can describe it. Even as far back as the 30s, people believed in Sasquatches and mountain men. Deputy Adams was a practical man and didn't believe that there was a single animal out there that he hadn't seen during one of his hunts in the woods. So imagine his shock and surprise when he saw what he believed was some kind of missing link right there before his eyes. He told the county sheriff what he saw the moment he got back to Mount Ida, and when he did, the sheriff went about organizing a third search to be conducted that very next day. Only instead of combing... Can I move my pectorals like The Rock? I can, dude. It's pretty sick. I can bounce my teats. That's what they call it. Only, instead of combing the woods through the morning and the afternoon, the deputies and just a handful of the best hunters would set up hides near bodies of water, where they would watch and wait for any sign of this strange creature. Unfortunately, the attempt to catch it unawares again was unsuccessful, but that just made it clear that they were dealing with a highly intelligent and therefore highly dangerous predator. But Deputy Adams wasn't ready to give up yet. After their unsuccessful stakeout, he stayed in the woods and made his way back towards, I gotta make sure how I say this again, Calapenis Road. Calibiot. Nay, the pectorals. You know, the tell is this context is incorrect use of gum terminology. I know, sons of bitches. And maybe some people, they're like recanting the story of their olden uncle, but they just fancy themselves some sort of gun aficionado. In reality, they just don't know what they're talking about, which is fine. Some people think, I remember getting a story, it was like, do you remember that one time it was like an episode of The Simpsons? And someone put a clip into a revolver. In the episode of The Simpsons. And I swear sometimes I get stories about guns and shit, and it's like the level of like lack of knowledge related to firearms where they're putting a fucking clip into like a a 6-chambered revolver. Just kind of embarrassing. After their unsuccessful stakeout, he stayed in the woods and made his way back towards Calibiot Mountain, where he'd first sighted the strange beast. He walked for miles and miles, zigzagging through the woods, searching for any and all traces of it, and he even had to spend a night in the forest to cover all the ground he wanted. He said being huddled around the campfire, knowing that thing was out there in the darkness, it was the most scared he'd ever been in his life. But he made it through the night all the same, and at dawn, he kept on searching for that thing that attacked Emily Bandy. Deputy Adams kept on creeping through the woods, knowing that he could be just seconds away from running into that thing. Sorry guys, I know it's getting gross, but what is going on? Women shouldn't have a competition, should be in each other's corners, lifting each other up, XO. Says who? I think women should beat the shit out of each other like the UFC. And with hammers, too. You should all be competing over who gets to wash the next dishes. That's what my mama always said. Can someone send pics when sending in a story? Yeah, I think that's probably like an attachment you can put. Deputy Adams kept on creeping through the trees, knowing that he could be just seconds away from running into that thing again, since it seemed to be active around dawn. And then right as he started to get within a mile or two of Murder Creek, which actually is a real place, we even looked it up, he started seeing all kinds of animal carcasses, all of which appeared to have been stripped of their meat. And when he found tufts of that thick black hair around some of the skeletal remains, Deputy Adams knew that he must be close. But as he got closer and closer to Murder Creek, he could have never prepared himself for what he was about to discover, because as he crept along the side of a hill, he spotted a small cave. It was no more than a flat triangular tunnel, but right there, feasting on the raw meat of some small furry animal, was the creature he'd spotted just 2 days prior. Deputy Adams raised his rifle again, aiming it at the creature, and Adams is the same guy from earlier, right? Or no, did they go to Deputy? I forget. Will you set up a podcast for your crime channel? Technically it's all those stories are already on the Let's Read podcast already, so I guess not. I don't really know. Maybe I should post them to like Spotify or something? Call it its own thing? I don't really know, honestly. I was really hoping that the channel itself would like greatly take off way faster than it has, but a part of me is a little bit worried that the channel Saturn Soul is just gonna like sit sort of idly at where it's at for like a long time. I'm just, and the fact that like the one video that was really popping off immediately gets like age restricted, and then like once you get an age restricted video on a YouTube channel, it's I don't know, there's a part of me that feels like YouTube sort of blacklists your channel in some weird way. I mean, maybe not, but it certainly marks something within it. I don't know. It just sucks. I can't fight over men. I'm in the corner eating BBQ ribs and watching the sunset. Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't think really anybody fights over a man. Because, I mean, that just, like, what does that even mean? I mean, maybe on the initial thing, like, you're, like, coworkers or something, and, like, some hot dude works there, and you both want his attention, of which, in that scenario, best of luck to both of you. Can you send a detachment? Just never someone from reality. Yeah. YouTube does have secret blacklisting. I mean, sometimes I wonder about the shit that I talk on my live streams, if it affects the channel at all. It's like so hard not to, though, dude. Like, how the fuck am I how is anyone supposed to just like constantly censor themselves and constantly pretend that there's something that they think, like that shit's so trite and boring and lame, and all those people that just act like they're just like, it is a safe space. This is a safe space for everyone. Shut up. Just shut up. That's not real. Those people aren't real. People that say that shit, they're fucking fake and lame. Fair enough, Kilo could be less 556, the most popular, followed by 762. 3 so good on him. PR training. Yeah, maybe. YouTube blacklisting changes secretly and with advertisement, investment. I mean, that makes sense too. I'm sure they have like ESG scores they have to adhere to as well, and it probably just gets directly changed within like an AI algorithm, like black out these words or minimize the, propagation of X video with these particular terms. Do you have a favorite country for stories of the Creepypasta website? I'm not familiar with the Creepypasta website. Favorite country for stories? I have no idea. I haven't done Creepypasta in a long time. I do hold safe spaces, but that includes owning your bullshit, and people don't like that. Like a fallout shelter? Oh yeah, Japan is sick. Japan's fucking sick, dude. It's fucking cool as hell. Some people need a filter, though. Yeah, but do they really? Like, at the end of the day, how much has the government gotten away with by telling you that you need a filter? You know what I mean? Like, how many times have you not been able to tell the truth about something that's very obviously the truth because, like, people say it's not nice or it's not, you need a filter for it, and it's cringe, to sit there and just completely delegitimize someone's point because it's not nice. Like, just shut up. If it's a point, it's a point. And if you can't deal with the truth, then then there's something wrong with you. Hakuna Matata. The government doesn't have a filter anymore. Our own president makes fun of people daily. Yeah, but I mean, like, the social media websites that are integrated tightly with the government that play off that same sort of, like, left versus right narrative, like, they have a fucking filter that everybody has to adhere to via the terms of services. And I think all it really does in some abstract way is financially incentivize people to just sort of like censor their perspectives on things out of fear of demonetization or out of fear of, I don't know, a strange brainwashing of larger masses of people. Chris, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. If people are hurt, it's because they keep choosing the thing that hurts them repeatedly. What do you mean? Like, if you mean hurt, like as in offended? That's kind of a good point. Like, if you do get offended by something, it's almost like you're choosing to allow it to hurt you. You're giving it power over and over again. When it really doesn't have that much power. Let's call it mainstream political correctness. It's very cringy. It is very cringy, isn't it? It's very tiring too, because so many people like especially like, how many times have conspiracy theorists like actually been correct after like at this point I've heard that the only ones like left to be proved incorrect would be like the moon is fake, viruses are fake, and some other random bullshit or something like that. It's like the earth being flat or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of like more fringe wild ones that seem to be but there's nothing that frustrates me more than when you try to have a conversation with someone and then they just laugh at you. They just like laugh and disparage what you're saying, pretending like they're the all-knowing being when it comes to like information. Because it's just weird to me. It's like, you don't have all the information as a human. You can't possibly have all the information. And yet to disparage someone either as like hateful or as like a joke, like that's definitively like, it's like the government had to train your brain to have conversations with other people that way, to disparage everything that they might have or a point that they might have. Like, they had to train you to laugh at people. They had to train your brain to call someone hateful, to like, basically dismiss them. And it's really cringy and it's not conducive to conversation. Like, if there's someone you really disagree with, wouldn't you like to actually get to know what they think and understand them, rather than just, like, cast them off into the great beyond? Television is telling a vision. We watch a channel, the channel's a program, which programs your brain. No, I agree with that, yeah. I mean, I think the, phonetic plays on those kinds of things are funny, but they do certainly have their effect. What's up, Giraffe? How you doing, bro? Deputy Adams raised his rifle, aiming it at the creature and trapping it inside of its shallow den. But as it looked up and locked eyes with the deputy, he realized it was no wild beast, because despite the thick black hair covering the thing's body, wait. I feel like I gotta go back a paragraph. Like when Tyler Creator said, "How are you getting cyberbullied? Just close your computer." I mean, it makes sense. Like, at the end of the day, it's the same thing related to what I said about how, well, one of you said it, but it was like, if something hurts you or you get upset, just don't give it power. You know what I mean? It's like giving a demon power, and it just constantly, like, fills you with fear and, builds off of its fear. But it's a demon of your own creating. So, like, if you are getting, hurt by hurtful language on the internet, literally just go somewhere else, do something else, turn off a thing. Like, this sort of obsession with, like, completely eradicating these things that hurt you is just, like, such an abstract, like, slippery slope. It was no more than a flat triangular tunnel, but right there, feasting on the raw meat of some small furry animal, was the creature he'd spotted just 2 days prior. Deputy Adams raised his rifle, aiming it at the creature and trapping it inside of its own shallow den. But as it looked up and locked eyes with the deputy, he realized it was no wild beast, because despite the thick black hair covering the thing's body, its eyes were distinctly human. The thing held Deputy Adams' gaze as it dropped what it was eating, but it didn't try to escape. Instead, it began to shake its head, and a voice that sounded like it had only the slightest grasp of English as it pleaded, "No." Deputy Adams was so stunned that he thought he might fall down. But as he continued to stare, aghast and open mouth, he realized that the thing was not a thing at all, but rather. What's up, Fork? How we doing, bro? Wherever you focus your energy on goes, that's why you don't look at the ditch when you're driving, because you'll literally drive into the ditch. Well, that's a good analogy, actually. Yeah, the hyperfixation on that which could hurt you will literally hurt you, because you'll aim right towards it. Is that the name of your fans, Joel? The Joelers? I thought it was I thought it was the Readtards. The READTARDS. I got the gym, Fork. Nice. What are you working on? But rather a man, a young man, and one with a very peculiar. But as he continued to stare, aghast and open-mouthed, he realized the thing was not a thing at all, but rather a man, a young man, and one with a very peculiar affliction. Since Deputy Adams had already resigned himself to wandering the woods after that previous morning's stakeout, he was carrying some hard cheese and bacon wrapped in a little cloth. He took it out and offered some to the strange young man, who gobbled it down greedily as soon as it was offered. And then over the next few hours or so, he gained the young man's trust and began to learn a thing or two about him. It wasn't clear exactly how it happened, but Deputy Adams realized that while the young man must have been abandoned as a child, fear and suspicion had led him to a life in the wild. He spent his formative years in the small town of Washita back in Montgomery County. But whenever people saw him, they got scared, and when they got scared, they got violent. The man had become all too accustomed to fleeing at the sight of them, and even when Deputy Adams felt. My best friend is in the Marines, and I'm training to bench press as much as possible by the time he comes back. That's good. Don't forget about squat and don't forget about deadlift. Those are the big three, and just think if you can get those big two, it can only make your bench stronger too, because a lot of people don't realize it, but your bench is also just as much as like a push from the legs, you know what I mean? Pushing the ground kind of away from you in a diagonal angle, and then pushing upwards in that sort of J formation or opposite J formation. But yeah, be sure to work your other stuff as well, and you'll have a better physique. What's up, Soup? The man had become all too accustomed to fleeing at the sight of them, and even when Deputy Adams felt he'd earned his trust, the young man would still flinch whenever he spoke too loud or moved too fast. As night drew in, Deputy Adams made a campfire just a few feet away from the young man's den. Now, it must have been the first time that he'd seen a fire up close in decades, because while he wasn't strictly scared of it, the process of its creation fascinated him. And then, while demonstrating a much stronger ability to comprehend rather than speak, Deputy Adams spent that night convincing the strange young man to follow him back into town that next morning, not only to begin his reintegration into society, but to prove that he could not have been the one to attack young Emily Bandy. But then, right around the same time Adams was earning the man's trust, something terrible was unfolding in a tiny Montgomery County hamlet. Has someone broken my heart? I don't think so. Do I sound broken-hearted? I've never been dumped, actually. Maybe I should be for character development. It's up to you, bro. Didn't you say you're married with kids? Illusion, what's up, bro? But then, right around the same time Adams was earning the man's trust, something terrible was unfolding back in a tiny Montgomery County hamlet known as Sims. That afternoon, a homemaker by the name of Carol McCormick was putting away some of her husband's laundry. Prohibition had ended not just 2 years before, and her husband Robert liked to enjoy a few drinks with his buddies after work, without having to worry about the sheriff showing up to throw him in jail. And this meant that he wouldn't be back till after dark. But this also meant that when she found a small silver heart necklace tucked into the back of his sock drawer with the name May engraved onto it, she had hours and hours to wallow in grief and anger before Bob finally came home. Carol was convinced her husband was having an affair. It had been months since he touched her. He was heading out at odd times to do things he didn't want to talk about, and even worse, he'd been forgetting to pick up her crocheting supplies from the Mount Ida General Store. And so when he staggered through the door sometime around 10, stinking of whiskey and cigarettes, Carol McCormick demanded to know who in the hell this May lady was. Her husband, unprepared for such an ambush, couldn't provide an answer to her question, and while Carol rather correctly interpreted this as a sign of Bob's guilt, he wasn't guilty of that which she accused him of. And when everything went down, when Carol suddenly realized who May was and who the necklace really belonged to, she ran screaming from the house and out into the night. Carol had remembered hearing something about how, while all of Emily Brandy's torn clothes were found around her body, one thing was missing from the scene: a necklace, given to Emily by her sister, but one that had originally been a gift to her. and the name of Emily's older sister was Mabel Juliet Bandy, more commonly referred to as May. Carol knew most of that. Everyone knew everyone in Montgomery County back then. She just couldn't bring herself to entertain the possibility till she saw that look of her. Remember when everybody in the chat was bitching about being too hot last time? That was awesome. That's like the greatest, the greatest worst thing you could have happen to you, is being so hot that people don't want to fuck you for your personality. Joel, dump Justin, unmod him. You want him out of here? We'll get him out of here. Days of Our Lives. I never heard of it. What time zone is this? It's almost 2 a.m. It's East Coast of USA. USA! 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 Kenny's mom from South Park. It might be. Is that her name? Joel's the only one allowed to dump me. This is your character development, Justin. I got Joel. Yeah. Do you remember what it was that sort of pushed your content to success? There was like a period of time that the true scary story stuff was kind of popping off, and it was definitively like Mr. Nightmare, who like really blew up with it and still has that, sort of audience, right, for his videos. And then a lot of people were kind of piggybacking off of those Reddit stories, like the Let's Not Meet ones. And it took me, I was like a second wave comer to that, honestly, so I kind of wish I had hit it as early as Mr. Nightmare did, and things might have been more successful. But yeah, sometimes you just like, it's so random when like a particular type of thing is going to like pop off, because I haven't seen it in a while, and maybe I'm not paying attention enough. But Chilling Scares ripped off Mr. Nightmare. I mean, that's what you should do, honestly, is like you should find someone who has success, essentially trick the algorithm into thinking that you're them, and then just like piggybacking off of that success in like a weird way till eventually you can transition to something that's an even bigger niche audience, or not niche audience, but an even bigger audience of like, because now he does scary videos and shit, and it's smart. It's literally was a really smart approach by him. Do you record at night because it works with your work schedule, or do you record because it works with the vibe of the spooky stories? Yeah, my sleep schedule's pretty fucked. Like, I'm just nocturnal, and I'd love to have a normal one just to live a normal life, but I have not made the efforts in a while to like be normal. And I don't know, I'm slowly rotting inside my own skin. It's fine though. Shannon Smith, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Why be normal for why? I mean, just so I can like, when I have errands to run, I can like call them or go there and actually do it. Dude, there's nothing in my soul that loves more than the time of 9 a.m. If I can be having breakfast at 9 a.m. or before, that is a great feeling. It's something about that that's so beautiful. It's like it's morning, we're in the thick of things. That's when 9/11 happened. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of business to be attended to. But first, we gotta have a little bit of brunch, and unfortunately for me, I really like to just stay in fucking bed too much. So, and I also like to stay up late too much so, and I don't know, I almost need like responsibilities like thrust upon me so that I could be forced into a bit of a normalcy. Or are you trying to branch off to other YouTuber channels, wanting to do something new or something else? You mean like the Saturn Soul thing? I just figured, like, I see all those true crime channels, they do well, and I'm like, dude, I can do that, and I have been doing it. So I'm like, well, let's edit those videos down and from the audio that I already have and see if we can reach someone else. I don't know, the one complaint for the Saturn Soul stuff is just that it needs to be longer, but it was more written for my channel as like a normal length of a story, so to fit within that slot. So it's true crime that is only about, 7 to 15 minutes long or whatever. What's my ideal brunch fist? I really like eggs and bacon and coffee and pancakes and all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Just the regular bullshit. Just a place that you can go eat and then go live the perfect dude life. Sausage. What color are my sheets? I feel like they're like a lighter bluish. I forget. At least right now. How do I like my eggs? Honestly, I don't really mind it, but lately I've just been having them scrambled because fuck it, dude. Just shove them in my mouth. I don't care. I got somewhere to be going. How's Pradeep? He's good. He is. He's so funny though. He's just over there like sprawled out by the fireplace. Just the way he's like laying on his back, but then he's like his top side is like rotated to the side. I don't know. It's just funny. He should be a stand-up comedian. BLT with a side of biscuits and gravy, the perfect brunch meal, coffee and ice water. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Coffee, fucking... There's something about when I chug, like, freshly squeezed orange juice in the morning. Just get that in you and you feel like your immune system's like, fuck yeah, let's go. Can handle anything. Throw them in a wrap with cheese. Oh, that sounds nice. Okay. Carol knew most of that. Everyone knew everyone in Montgomery County back then. She just couldn't bring herself to entertain the possibility till she saw that look in her husband's eyes. But Bob didn't just let her go that night. Oh no, he couldn't. He couldn't have his good lady wife going around telling tales and ruining his good reputation over what he considered to be a drunken mistake. And so he followed her outside into the night and tried bashing her head in with a shovel. Carol's screams were the only thing that saved her life, that and the shotgun of one of their neighbors. That and the shotgun one of their neighbors held when he came out to see what in the hell was going on out there. He told Bob if he so much as moved, he'd blow his goddamn head off. And then his wife came out to join him, and after gasping at the sight of her husband holding their beloved Bob at gunpoint, she grabbed the rope that he used to tie Bob up, and he was off in the direction of Mount Ida to grab the sheriff. Uncle Joe said Bob McCormick spent the night in the county jail and did so on 2 charges of attempted murder, among other things. The next morning, a still weak Emily was brought to his cell and asked if that was the man who attacked her. She didn't have to say yes, because when she erupted into screams and cries, stumbling into the arms of her father to cry and cry and cry, it was all the confirmation anyone needed. And then by pure happenstance, right around the time Emily Brandy was led away from the county jail, Deputy Adams walked back into town with that young man following close behind. Adams had told him not to be scared and that any sour reactions from the Mount Ida citizenry would be met with a brief but all-encompassing explanation. The man was no monster. He had an illness, he'd been neglected, and it was a time to start making things right for him. While Bob McCormick had to await the date of his trial in the county jail, the young man stayed with Deputy Adams, along with his wife and young son. He was taught to live like a person again, how to wash and dress himself, and how to eat at a table using knives and forks. It wasn't an overnight transformation. It took time, and as he learned to speak again, chicken and waffles on a stick with a maple syrup dippy dip, yummy. Yummy. That does sound good. Sweet, salivating, saucy. It wasn't an overnight transformation. It took time, and as he learned to speak again, the young man took the name Joseph, another reason my great-uncle Joe remembered the tale so well. He took the name after Mrs. Adams' Bible study sessions helped him learn to read, and saying he was inspired to do so by Joseph's story. Joseph was a man betrayed by his family, one who was sold into slavery and became a prisoner in a foreign land. Joseph eventually forgave his family and reportedly told them, in Genesis 50:20, "As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today." And by the time Bob McCormick was being sentenced to 50 years of hard labor, Deputy Adams was trying to find young Joseph a job. Given how skittish he was, as well as his lack of general education, Joseph was far too anxious and frightened for regular employment. But Deputy Adams didn't give up on him, and after hearing of a freak show that was We're not giving up on you yet, boy. We're gonna put you in the freak show. Holy shit. It's a beautiful day. Da, 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 da. What's a fat meal you like, Joe? Like something only a porcus or stoner would come up with that is too good to deny? Dude, I used to have this shit like almost every weekend for fucking ever. And it was, you know, it was like a deep, it was sort of like a deep dish pizza, right? But it was like a red stuffed pizza. And the entirety of the pizza was just like stuffed with cheese with like red sauce on the top, Chicago style. And there was chicken inside of it. And I would fucking eat the entire fucking pizza to the point of sickness. And then after that, eat an entire thing of like some sort of abstract mixture of ice cream abomination. But the pizza was had with diet soda, of course. You know, I wasn't that much of a fatty. But the point being is that that was a pretty frequented meal when I was doing like CrossFit non-fucking stop. And there was a lot of cardio burned. But my God, did that fuck me up for sure. I don't know. It's weird though sometimes because I've been eating pretty decent like as of recently. Just like whole ingredients, no sodas, stuff, no whatever. And it's just like, I don't know. It just doesn't fucking matter. It's like your body's just like, sure, that, yeah, sure, yeah. How about we lose no weight ever? Hey, Abby, what's up, bro? I did CrossFit too. Is that a CrossFit thing justifying garbage? Maybe, dude. I mean, from what I've heard, doing CrossFit all the time, like, obviously it's a lot of cardio in general, which, like, encourages your body to just consume calories overall just to make up for it. But on top of that, it's like there's a lot of cortisol released from how stressful it can be to do that all the time. You know, working yourself to utter exhaustion. And obviously the cortisol is also encouraging your body to like go search for food and always be hungry. I don't fucking know, bro. Been wearing this weighted vest for like 6 months. When can I take it off? You can take it off right now. And then place these chains around your wrists and ankles. Peanut butter and jelly French toast. That sounds amazing. I never ate more sinfully than when I did CrossFit like 17 years ago. What's up with that? Yeah, one thing I think it's just a hormonal bullshit from working so hard. Military elevated cortisol. I mean, CrossFit has a lot of like crossover with the military style workouts and stuff. I don't know, like I fucking hate CrossFit, honestly. I despise it. Because it's just this idea that like you have to like dude, the workout was killer. And it's like, what was it? And it was like, it was 500 taking a kettlebell and just hitting yourself in the fucking face while bending your elbows backwards until it snaps with box jumps. And it's just like, why? What is the purpose of any of this? Like, sure, eventually over time you're going to develop some degree of muscle just through adaptation. But like the fucking injury and exhaustion and fatigue ratio to all of that is just does not make any fucking sense. Anyways. But Deputy Adams didn't give up on him, and after hearing of a freak show that was attached to a traveling carnival, he paid the show a visit when it passed through Montgomery County. But rather than find a cruel and exploitative operation that took advantage of so-called freaks in its employment, Deputy Adams found a sanctuary for such people. There was a bearded lady named Leela, a tiny little dwarf man who danced the Lindy Hop, and a fellow who called himself the Lizard Man, but who in reality just had some kind of skin condition. These people welcomed Joseph with open arms, telling him that he was finally in a place where folk understood and didn't judge. And then, since he was born and raised in Washita, a little town just down the road from Story, young Joseph's stage name had just about been decided for him. For backstage, he'd be Joseph, their compatriot and co-worker, but to the audience, he'd be the weird and wonderful Washita Wolfman, and they'd be charged two... CrossFit grew toxic for me because it became so competitive without reward or reason. People generally started excluding me because I do well on a workout of the day. Grow the fuck up. Grown men, by the way. Yeah, I mean, there was always a part of me, too, that, like, wanted to get to the point where I could do CrossFit workouts, like, 6 days a week, like some people, and perform really well. And in some ways, the competitive nature of it really does push you to, like, always be in a nonstop state of trying hard. But it also was like a fucking hamster wheel, because it's just like, what are you doing? At least with like bodybuilding, it was like low impact. You still were like developing a physique that you enjoyed, and you would have like just enough cardio to go on a hike or something. Whereas CrossFit was like, can you do a fucking backflip and pretend to hang from a pole like a flag? Or something, you know? All of the while you have a 60-pound weight vest on for literally no reason. And then there would just, you know, the worst part would be there would still be like fat people in your CrossFit classes. And it's like, how the fuck have you been doing CrossFit with me for fucking 9 years and you're still fat? Like, what the fuck? And I think it's mainly just because like CrossFit never like actually encourages anyone to like look at their diet or change fucking anything. They just like want you to show up to the classes, and I don't know. But yeah, no, the one really bad thing about the CrossFit, and I'm sure this has been joked about 1,000 times aside from like wrenching your shoulder back till it fucking snaps, is the weird sort of interpersonal relationships between people within the classes and the working class families and stuff like that. Like, I had seen so many people via those CrossFit classes end up like cheating on their spouse. And it's, I don't know, it's really sad. Like, you kind of get it, because it's like hot people around hot people. It's the same reason that the Olympics run out of condoms so fast. It's like everyone just is like fucking filled with testosterone and ready to boink. But I don't know. So much like embarrassing drama for like fucking 40-year-old humans. Still try to be presentable, do my best. We're all beautiful in our own way. For show, for show. Diet change and nutrition literally healed my PCOS. Nothing else did other than what I was consuming and being so conscious about what it was going to my body. Yeah, what did you change diet-wise to make that go away? Just really weird, very cult-like, but also self-sabotaging. Yeah, I always wanted to be a fat cheater. I'm starting CrossFit tomorrow. There you go. Getting a girlfriend just so I can cheat the day after. For backstage, he'd be Joseph, their compatriot and co-worker, but to the audience, he'd be the weird and wonderful Washita Wolfman, and they'd be charged money for the honor of seeing and talking to him. Word has it that Deputy Adams cried a few silent tears on the day that the carnival left town, not out of sadness, but because of the way Joseph had thanked him for saving his life. And then after that, the story of Emily Bandy, Deputy Adams, and the Washita Wolfman passed on into legend became a tale passed down from one generation to another. Like I said, My cousin and I went away and did our own research because we didn't think that there was a single chance in hell that a town called Story and a creek called Murder were real places. And like I may have also said, every single piece that Uncle Joe mentioned checked out. And so to me, the story of the Washita Wolfman is all the proof I needed that sometimes the truth is far, far stranger than fiction could ever be. Cross fat? Hormone disruptors hidden in chemicals and additives. Oh, that's what. Oh. So it wasn't directly food change, or was it? Oh, what fucking time is it? 2:13? I'm not even tired, bro. I ain't even tired. You're tired, bro. One more motherfucking story, guys. Anything else cool going on? Crisscross fit, yeah. Hey, Jessica, what's up? You're late. Late for the skate. Who cooked turd in the kitchen? Who cooked our friend Turd? Dun, dun, dun. Do you guys trust tap water? I actually installed, it was like the one thing I spent a good amount of money on, is installing like reverse osmosis thing in my water in my house. Low-key, a part of me wonders if it's complete bullshit, but you know, around Pennsylvania there's really, really hard water, is what they call it, filled with like limestone bullshit and all sorts of other things. And but yeah, I don't know. Tastes good, I guess. It's filled with nuts. 444 viewers. Nice, dude. We made it. We made it. We made it in life. Oh my god. My name's Katerina, and I'm here to kill you via email. I remember being young and never admitting when you were tired, like it's a weakness. Oh no, I'm just kidding. It's just my sleep is so bad. I don't know. God damn it. I really would like to go to bed at like midnight and wake up at a fucking normal hour. Okay, anyways. Yeah, when you make it in the gay porn industry, have you made it or have you gayed it? Anyways. My name is Katerina. I recently became a subscriber of yours, and I think I have a story from my younger years that you might be interested in. I currently live in London with my husband and my grown-up daughter, but I grew up in Russia during the Soviet times, and in the summer of 1984, I was a 26-year-old junior researcher at the Leningrad Institute of And in the summer of 1984, I was a 26-year-old junior researcher at the Leningrad Institute of Geology. My work was, in a word, boring. But back then, working at a university allowed you certain privileges, such as the opportunity for travel. So when I was offered a spot on a research trip set to Siberia, I jumped at the chance. Myself and a team of 7 other researchers flew from Moscow to Omsk. I don't know how to say these places, bro. Omsk, okay, so that is it. Omsk and Krasnoyarsk. I don't fucking know what the hell that is. They need to stop making up town names, bro. It's a bunch of baloney. Where's it at again? Sorry. Siberia, that's what I thought. Okay. Siberia. But like, oh, there it is, Russian. I wonder where Russian lettering came from versus like the normal English lettering. Okay. What is it? Krasnoyarsk. 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 Okay, Omsk and Krasnoyarsk. Anyways, do you only reserve the fun accents for Bono Consento stories? Yes. I just got my blood results back and there's too much chlorine in my body. I think I'm going to stop drinking tap water. That makes sense. Joel, did you watch Invincible today? Oh, good question. I don't know. I kind of gave up on Invincible last season. Like, Invincible season 1 was pretty sweet. I mean, there were some slow moments. I found his girlfriend really stupidly annoying. But I would say, like, whenever it came to just the fact that the series is where it's at today, season 1, like, definitively carried. But then whenever, I don't know, you get to the later seasons, the different storylines that just make no sense. I just, you know, that show lost me pretty hard. The Boys comes out next month. I'll probably end up watching season 5 of The Boys, but I watched the new, you know, trailer for it, and it looks just as, like, dumb and woke as, like, season 4. The last episode of season 4 of The Boys was good, because it actually, like, the last 10 minutes, even though they kept fucking Billy the Butcher, or the Butcher guy or whatever, completely separate from the cast all season for whatever dumbass reason. Maybe it was filming something else. But I don't know. I just feel like the writing for it just feels so cringe. And then you look into like the guy who wrote the show and he just like has a fucking axe to grind politically, but his politics are just like your generic like Twitter bullshit, you know, where it has no sense of anything outside of his like little echo chamber. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know. That's probably what we're gonna get with season 5 as well, because the trailer looked just like season 4. So whatever. Enjoy your fucking nobody gives a shit series. Myself and a team of 7 other researchers flew from Moscow to Omsk, then to Krasnoyarsk, and then from there, a much smaller plane would fly us out of a town on the banks of the Yenisei River named Zotina. Yenisei River named Zotina. Then from there, a much smaller plane would fly us out to a town on the banks of the Yenisei River named Zotino, where we'd study nearby coal deposits. Now the plane was... God damn it. The plane was an old Antonov, the smaller propeller-driven kind that smelled of oil and was horribly uncomfortable to sit in. We sat on the metal benches, holding our sample bags on our laps, shouting to be heard over the... We sat on the metal benches, holding our sample bags on our laps, shouting to be heard over the plane's rattling. But then, around 2 hours into the flight, the engines start coughing. First one, then the other. The pilot came on the intercom and said it was nothing to worry about, but only a minute later, the plane dropped hard. People screamed, and I remember gripping the metal bunch so hard that the edge bit into my fingers. The sound of rushing air got louder and louder until it sounded like it was screaming. 3 branches came rushing up at us through the windows before a sudden impact threw all of us forward. The glass smashed and metal groaned, and then the next thing I remember, I was waking up in the wreck to this horrible silence hanging in the air. My head hurt, and my knee was in agony, but I could just about stand. The pilot and co-pilot were still in their seats, but they hadn't made it. The rest of us were alive, but in bad shape. Yuri had a broken leg. Tanya's arm was so badly broken that she couldn't stop crying, while the others had an assortment of broken legs and twisted ankles, along with cuts, bruises, and a few cracked ribs. The plane's radio was broken, so there was no calling for help. Nobody could walk far, and I was the only one on my feet, and so it only made sense that it was me who went to look for help. We had some supplies that... Boys has a great soundtrack. It's in the funniest moments of Billy Joel, especially Second Wind. God, yeah. I don't even know. Like, just the writing in that show, it's just like so many levels of like brain dead. Like whenever... Like, not to... I'm just gonna ruin it because... I'm just gonna ruin it. I'm just gonna spoil it real quick because the show is dog shit. But like, do you remember whenever they went to the hospital and then the dad like randomly got powers and then... The dad like randomly got powers and then he ended up dying, right? Just like I don't know, something happened, he died. And then the next scene, it's like Huey and the blonde girlfriend, you know, Starlight, who got the weird fucking plastic surgery, pretending like somehow nobody would notice. I guess. Fucking the mental illness of Hollywood, good God. And then like they were just like eating ice cream. They're just like walking, like eating ice cream, like, yeah, everything's fucking fine. And then they see like, you know, some protesters or something, which are just supposed to be like this sort of direct parallel to like Trump protesters because they don't like Starlight or whatever. And then Huey's like, hey, fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. Middle finger, millennial writing, middle finger, man. Whatever. And then he, like, at one point he cheats on Starlight with someone who literally has the power to copy and clone her. So, like, how the fuck was he supposed to know? But she's, like, still mad at him about it. And then, just so many layers of fucking stupid. And it's just, like, that's literally, like, what we have to... That's, like, what we have to go through for Season 5 as well. I saw it. I saw the trailer. It looks exactly the same. Just... You know, whenever things get boring, just make it like gratuitous violence with the most like generic political commentary that is a direct parallel of right now, right? But not really. It's just like whatever Twitter interprets as like right now. And then, so it's not going to have any sort of like lasting impact on anybody like 20 years from now. If entertainment's even supposed to be important 20 years from now, I don't even fucking know anymore. I'm just like, but then for some reason the last 10 minutes of Season 4, with how intense that was, with like the Nirvana cover or whatever, made me actually excited for Season 5. I'm like, how the fuck could these idiots not have put all their budget not into the last 10 minutes, but like spread it out over the whole... Whatever. Doesn't matter. He was just having a total fucking sobbing breakdown in the boat on the rain, listening to his Walkman, the second wind just booping up his head to it. Yeah, I don't know. I can only imagine what it must be like as an actor. And you have like a character that's kind of interesting, kind of going through whatever, and then the writers just completely write your character to just be a fucking bumbling fucking idiot 10 minutes later, you know, with no continuity of any of the motivations or anything like that, you know. It's just... But I guess you're getting paid, you know, you're getting paid, and that's the only thing that fucking matters. You're not going to sit there and try to cause a stir. Otherwise, you'll just end up like Henry Cavill, who's like, guys, I actually don't think that this is what Warhammer 40k is actually about. Guys, I don't actually think that, that this is like what, maybe The Witcher should be about. And they're like, fucking kill him! Fucking kill that guy that disagreed with our fucking groupthink of nonsense. Just shut up. Shut up, you guys suck. Anyways. We had some supplies that survived the crash. It was little more than 2 plastic bottles of water from the cockpit and 3 small bags of peanuts that the steward had handed out before takeoff. I knew I could make them all last quite a while, but we were in one of the largest uninterrupted forests in the world. It stretched in every direction, thick, dark, and endless, and we didn't have even the faintest of idea of where we were. There was a flare gun, but we had to wait until the sun had set for that to be truly effective, and until then, What choice was there other than to make the most of what little energy I had? I stuffed the bottled walker. The bottled walker. The bottled walker. I don't know why that's just funny. Bottled walker. A bottled walker. Never trust a writer without life experience. But that's the weird thing, is like, how does that writer write a good first season and then become so up their own ass to the point where anybody who disagrees with them, they're just like, fuck you, man. Like getting on Twitter being like, you guys can eat shit. Anybody who says that my writing is fucking trite and boring and generic and lacks any sort of substance and is kind of just like based on an echo chamber of which I exist on social media with no life all day. Like, how did they successfully do season 1, you know, to make people interested? And so it's just frustrating. It's like, we had something going there, and you were the same guy that wrote the fucking show. So what happened to you, you dumb fucking asshole? Was it a comic book? I do believe so, but I remember hearing that there was some stuff in that one too, but, I mean, yeah, maybe just stick to the fucking original script, honestly. Hey, Lucy, what's up? I want to come and say hi since it's been a while. Hey, Pats Nation. Yeah, what have you been up to? Am I in my luteal phase? Yeah, I'm about to fucking shed all my goop. Nobody was paying attention to them during the season 1, and now everyone's telling them what to do and what not to do. But it's strange, because he sits there and acts like in his interviews that, like, he's totally in agreement with presumably external forces telling him how to think. But maybe that's the point of Hollywood, is that, like, you get paid to think a certain way, so you just, like, never... So, you know, it's like a rat being given cheese. A rat's going to think whatever you want it to think as long as you give it the cheese. What's that thing you were talking about? Loosh? Yeah, loosh is just like energy that they farm from humans or whatever. What's up, Alex, bro? How you doing, man? Trust the source writing. Yeah, it seems like everyone just like pisses on the source writing anymore. The one thing that seemed cool, they're like, let's ruin that. Let's add a samurai sword to that thing. Like, sir, but it's like futuristic sci-fi. But yeah, but what about a fucking samurai sword? Everyone loves samurais and zombies, and everyone hates Trump. So cut Trump's head off, he's a zombie. And make sure you add, I got it. Make sure you add an Alex Jones-like thing to make it look like conservatives are a bunch of fucking retards, and don't ever criticize the other side, so that you have like a healthy dose of fucking attention to anything. It's just annoying. It was very strong source material, dudes changing it up like they do with everything. Yeah, it's stinkies. Shing shing, samurai sword. Shing shing shing. Low-key crashing out, yeah. It's just getting old, man. It's like, we're beyond that. Like, we get it. The world's gonna be nuked here in a little bit. At least give us a good season of The Boys. Come on, man. Give us, like, entertainment that we can at least, like, separate ourselves from the fucking nonsense for a while. Like, if you're gonna make political commentary about stuff, like, at least be nuanced about it to some degree. At least be intelligent. Maybe it's based on, like, another... Like, there's other, believe it or not, there's actually other governments other than the United States to talk about. I don't know. Help us, Hollywood. Where are you? How bad are the odds for a female voice in horror narration? Well, I don't know any that do well, but you know what I do know do well related to female voices within horror is like true crime like channels, you know what I mean? Like they put themselves in front of the camera. So it's like it's you know what I mean? It's like a double thing where it's like the people connect to the stories, but they also connect to the woman that's in front of it, right? So yeah, so like that's probably the best bet if you're trying to do content creation as a woman within the horror realm, is that like for whatever reason the narration stuff doesn't really pop off crazy good, which is, you know, whatever. You just gotta like kind of recalibrate and regroup and probably do some type of creepy stories in front of a green screen or whatever. Escapism meant for escaping. I don't think most creators understand that anymore. Yeah, and I know I'm yammering on about it too, which is kind of like antithetical to escapism, but it's just me. I mean, I'm like a consumer too, right? I'm a normal fucking guy who sits around and eats cheese sticks and watches the fucking show. I want to like I not want to roll my eyes at the same political messaging for the 9,000th time. Like, I generally don't have any skin in the game or give a fuck really, but it's like whenever all I'm ever presented with is the same exact narrative 50,000 times in a row, I'm like, okay guys, I'm bored. Let's fucking think of something with a modicum of intelligence. Boobs for views. Yeah, boobs go a long way. I honestly don't think people should show tits on true crime stuff, honestly. Or, in a weird way, sometimes it's almost like low-key disrespectful when people are like doing their makeup as they're talking about your dead wife or whatever. It's a little strange. I'm not going to knock them for it, but depends on the voice resonance. Hard for me to get into the voices with less resonance. You get the resonance that doesn't make my brain startle with treble. Oh, that's true. That's true. But there's a lot of like voices within the women narrators that I do really like. But I'm, at the same time, I don't consume a lot of this stuff. So, are we engaging the left-right paradigm now? I guess so. Maybe that's my fault. But at the same time, it's like this constant pretending that that's not what's happening within, within Hollywood. Pretending like there's any degree of like healthy representation of both sides, or it's just like such a lack of self-awareness. It's so boring, it's so weird and so unintelligent. Mukbangs. Yeah, mukbangs, while they talk about someone being devoured by wolves. Whatever. Who am I to say? Honestly, what they should do is they should draw the crime scene. They should do their makeup, but they should do the makeup of the crime scene on their face. That's right. Or what they should do is, how like they have like they have a criminal artist who, like, whenever the victim gives a description of the person that murdered their whole family, they should do that and take the description but then draw it on their own face with makeup. That's what they should do. I feel like that would be more immersive. I've seen the Australian TV show called Mr. In Between. It's really good. I haven't, no. Boobs with classical music. That's more disrespectful than the boobs. What if they did the crime scene drawing on their tits? Would that be disrespectful at all? Because like you would be confused. You're like, oh fuck, I'm horny, but I'm like really into this. I can't even decide if I'm mad or horny or both, or fuck, dude. Can't even think. I'm just a monkey. Ricky Gervais was and always will be correct in the way, no position to lecture public about anything. They really aren't, man. And the weirdest thing is like the more you find out about Hollywood, and you kind of just think to yourself, like, is every one of them in their high rank positions just culpable of some very, very dark things? So hence why they kind of like think like a hive mind, because any sort of deviation from that either results in like being ostracized from the community, or maybe worse. Who knows? Generally, who knows, man? Hollywood's come a long way, though. What, from the Three Stooges? What are we talking about here? I stuffed the bottled water and peanuts into my coat pockets, listening as my injured comrades wished me luck, and then I started walking towards what I assumed was the east. The first day was the easiest. I followed what looked like a game trail, one that was infested with mosquitoes which bit at my face and neck. And by the evening time, my knee was throbbing, and I'd already drank more than half a bottle of water. I stopped where there was a shelter, ate a handful of peanuts, and then slept against a fallen log for a few hours until it got too cold to sleep. On the second day, the wolves found me. I heard them first, their low howls far off at first, but then they got closer. I saw their shapes between the trees, all gray and thin, and there had to be at least 6 or 7 of them, and they didn't rush or charge me. They just followed at first, keeping 20 or 30 meters back. I picked up a branch and waved in, shouting at the... Waved in. The answer is most likely yes, but I don't recall, and I'm sound mind and don't want to go off myself for the record. What about making a horror story related to boobs, since we were talking about it so much? Scary booby stories. I guess we did like an OnlyFans like set at one point about people's with OnlyFans. Is Hollywood celebrates and romanticizes affairs among other things and has become more depraved, depressing, and redundant. Yeah, and it's like the more I learned about like the ESG stuff, like the environmental social governance stuff, the more I realized that like they don't really have a choice. There is like a definitive determination on what companies get investment or future dollars from groups like BlackRock, but they have to specifically incorporate certain social credit score type things, like pushing certain environmental narratives or pushing certain social narratives or governance narratives. And it's like, okay, so literally every piece of like writing that you see in Hollywood is just like nowhere near any degree of authentic, you know? It's going to go through so many different like filters, and all of those filters are going to be based on the fear of whether or not they're going to get BlackRock dollars in the future, that like it just doesn't matter. Did you see Stephen Corbett and Jim Carrey do it too? Yeah, what's the deal with Jim Carrey? Was that a body double? Was that a makeup artist? Was his face all grangled and schmangled up from horse surgery, or what was the deal? It was him? Isn't that sad though? Like, if that was him, the poor guy like was tricked into fucking putting his face in a wood chipper. Like, what the fuck is that about, man? Jim Carrey has been replaced. I don't even think he needed to be replaced, to be honest with you. Like, he seemed like he was going down a pretty deep, dark tunnel of sorts. And like, sure, at one point he had a pretty nihilistic... God damn it, I keep hearing like walking above me. It's fucking weird. What happened to Jim Carrey? He just went to some award show and then fucking had like terrible plastic surgery done, but then some other like makeup artist was saying it was actually me there, you know, doing an impression of him with like makeup on, and then I guess that was not true because his publicist then said actually it was Jiminy Cricket Carrey, you know. And but then and for a while there I was actually really excited that Jim Carrey thought of like a publicity stunt that actually was like pretty effective in its viral marketing, but then you find out that it's none of that, and it was just nothing, and he's just sad that he's getting older. But he looked really good. Like, he looked good. He was a young, attractive guy, and now he's an old, attractive guy. Like, there's a lot of those, you know? And you don't need fucking strange goop injected into your face to make you look younger, when all it does is make you look like you have a bunch of goop in your face. And that you're like a mannequin from a fucking mall. Yeah, Johnny Depp had it done too. I mean, it's always in the lips and the cheeks and and can you imagine being the doctor just making millions of dollars while, like, you literally might as well be Dr. Frankenstein. Hello everyone, today we're going to be cutting off your fucking legs and arms and making a monster out of it, and it's going to cost you $50,000. It's like, no thanks. No thank you for that. Keep your distance, you fucking weirdo. I picked up a branch and waved it, shouting at the top of my voice to seem big and scary. They stayed away, but they didn't leave. That night I made a small fire with dried twigs and pine needles. I sat with my back to the flames, watching for any sign of those wolves, and before long I could see the flames glowing in their eyes. I took a stick from the fire and waved it around while shouting in hopes that it'd scare them off. It didn't. They just kept watching and waiting. And by the third day, my water was almost gone and the peanuts were down to 1 bag. My lips were cracked from the dehydration, and every single step hurt like a fresh wound. The forest looked like the same in every direction, Nothing but tall pines and fallen logs covered in lichen as far as the... Lichen? Lichen? Hey, eternalization, what's up, bro? So scary, the world we live in, the thing we are fucking stupid, can't see they are not them. What are you talking about? Sad how society shames aging. They try everything to show it, but I believe it's an accomplishment. Well, yeah, I mean, especially if you got like a family, you know, you tried your best, blah, 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 like, what the fuck else is there to like, what are you trying to hold on to? Like, just to forever be fuckable? But the worst part is that clearly, like, the mad scientists that have come up with plastic surgery have effectively not made people more fuckable. Some of them, I mean, I can kind of tell that, like, Paul Rudd has had some work done, but I think he just naturally has the face that maintains a certain degree of handsome youngness anyways, right? But it's still almost like frustrating that they even bother with getting the surgeries or the injections, because it, I don't know, it's just like this strange uncanny valley that, like, it's might be more of a scam than like insurance in many ways, where they're like, hey, you know what would look great? If your body looked like a fucking bloated corpse. Hey, have you ever seen a bloated corpse? Don't those look like really good? When they're like sitting at the bottom of like a well or like in a river and the eyes are like bulging out, and wouldn't you people love to, a lot of people are necrophiliacs. They don't realize that. So maybe we should do that to your face. It's like, oh my god. That's a great idea, Doc. Make me look like a fucking zombie. You come out and your nose is just missing. I mean, look at poor fucking Michael Jackson, for Christ's sake, back in the day. Joel, can you read my last message? Prince. Is it this one, Joel? Doesn't Sabrina Carpenter look like a young Hillary Clinton? She does, yeah. It's pretty funny. Dude, I'm not joking. Hillary Clinton, she might be the devil, but she was hot when she was young. Devilish hot. The thing that bothers me the most is being people who are known for looks, get work done, then they look completely different. Like, are you in the public eye every day? Who are you? Yeah, it's strange, because, like, I mean, if I were to watch, just in the same way with The Boys, that poor young Starlight girl is, like, fucked for life because of that fucking surgery. She should sue, you know what I mean? She should genuinely sue them. But for like, how misleading all of that is and mentally exhausting it must be. But in the same way, like Jim Carrey, he can't play Dr. Robotnik anymore. That's the worst thing. That was his masterpiece, was the Sonic movies. And now him reprising his role as Dr. Eggman, like, good fucking luck. I ain't watching that shit. Granted, I haven't seen the first three, but like, I was maybe thinking about getting into it. You can literally turn into a balloon in your bathroom if you die in there under the right circumstances. Don't need to be in the water to blow up like a balloon. Just need a bathroom or a gastro. Oh, good. Good to know. Hey, Rocker Red. What's up, Rocker Red? Thank you for... Dude, guys, everyone give some love to Rocker Red. I'm not joking. When I like first started my fucking channel, Rocker Red had the exact same profile picture, the exact same name, and has left the exact same comment for like 14 fucking years, and it's pretty cool. I think Esther Exposito, Spanish actress, got work done but looks super good. Yeah, sometimes they get lucky, I suppose. Same thing with Boop. How long has Boop been around? Okay. The forest looked the same in every direction. Nothing but tall pines and fallen logs covering as far as the eye could see. I started talking to myself just to hear a voice, telling myself the others back at the wreck were still alive and that I was going to make it. The wolves were still there, getting closer the more I slowed. I kept the branch in my hand like a club, but I knew that if they came for me, I was done for. Late on the fourth afternoon, I smelled wood smoke from a campfire. And as far as I thought, I was imagining it like a kind of forest mirage or something, but then I heard the sound of loud saws and I started walking faster. My heartbeats was... Guys, please take fiber intake seriously. That's true. I've been taking, like, I get these dates, you know, from the store. They're dates, but they're covered in, like, coconut and have some almond on them as well. And I'll eat, like, 2 of those before I start my day. Probably some of the best shits you can imagine. A beautiful shit. Never a single diarrhea in my life ever again. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it was going to burst because I knew I'd done it. And then as the trees opened up a little, there it was, a small logging camp stretched out in front of me. There had to be 5 or 6 wooden huts, a big pile of cut logs, and a generator chugging away and belching out some black smoke. Men in padded jackets and felt boots moved between the buildings, but they didn't seem to be Russian, and I'd soon discovered that they were actually Chinese migrant workers working under an international labor program. I'd heard rumors that some contract workers came from China to cut timber in the Far East, but I never thought that I would ever see them up close. As I approached, one of them spotted me and shouted. They all stopped, and then a short man with a black cap came forward, and he spoke with a very heavy Russian accent, but I could understand him. He asked where I had come from and what had happened to me, and I told him that there was a plane crash, that others were hurt, and that they needed help. He didn't ask many questions. He simply brought me inside to the nearest hut to warm me up. Someone gave me some hot tea with sugar, and then they fed me rice and some kind of salted fish. I told them about the wreck, about the wolves, about the peanuts I had left, and then when I thought about my comrades, I started to cry. The man with the black cap, his name was Lao, and he tried to comfort me and then promised that he would get help. There was a phone in the hut. Lao picked it up, spoke fast in some Chinese, and then waited a few moments before he switched to Russian. He said that there were survivors who needed rescue, and then began reading off a set of coordinates while looking at a map. The search team came the next morning in 2 helicopters. They asked if they knew which direction I'd traveled, and since I had a rough idea, they flew us west. It looked like a great ocean of trees out there, like it'd be impossible to find to... Eat your apples and prunes. Or dates.
Yo, who you there, man?
That's my real name. It looked like a great ocean of trees out there, like it'd be impossible to find the wreck and my comrades. But then suddenly, someone pointed and shouted, and there it was. It looked tiny from the air, just a crumpled metal shape in that ocean of green. My comrades were still alive, huddled a shelter. My comrades were still alive, huddled under a shelter that they made out of a tarp thrown over the crashed plane's wing. When they heard the helicopters, some of them hobbled out and began waving. There were no places to land, so the rescue workers had to haul my wounded comrades up on stretchers attached to ropes. I was in a helicopter with Yuri and Tanya. They were too weak to talk, but they didn't need to. No words could have been adequate to describe what we felt in that moment. They took us to a hospital far away, and doctors set bones, gave us shots, and fed us broth. And then after a week of treatment and rest, they flew us back to Leningrad. We thought that they'd be happy to see us, but when our colleagues from the Institute met us at the airport, they looked nervous. And then when we got back to the Institute, they told us the bad news. Thanks to our failure, the ministry had decided to cut our funding. And that was how things worked at back. Jeez. Would I adopt a duck? Yeah, dude, a little baby duck would be amazing. Imprinting it on you and it follows you everywhere. Oh boy. That was how things worked back then. We were punished for things we had no control over, quite literally adding insult to injury. And I was back at work after about 6 weeks. And for a long time, my knee would ache whenever it rained, and sometimes at night I'd wake up sweating after nightmares about the wolves. I still have one empty peanut bag in a drawer at home. It's faded and torn, but it serves as a reminder of what I've lived through and achieved. We survived not just because one person could walk, but because others were kind and because sometimes fate gives you a chance. Boop wants to be mod. If one desires to be mod, one cannot be a mod. Do you let Pradeep outside supervise? Get him a playpen? I could try it. I mean, maybe. I guess we'll see. We'll have to talk to my superiors. Alright, guys. We have made it to the end, though. Can you believe it? Can you freaking believe it? Alright. Guys, think of something funny for me to say at the end of this outro. That would be Pog Champ. I read to complete completion. Alright. Also, this poll's over, so we got... Alright, 2/3 of everyone here has played a sport as a child. Ha! Very cool. When's the next live? We will be back probably Sunday. Sunday night, same time, same place. I'll keep you posted on my Instagram at letsread.official to let you know when I'm going live. Otherwise, hit the notification bell as per usual. It would be helpful. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations as I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. I'd love to see you there. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All the links for everything are down in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, bing bong broom ball. What do we say, guys? Don't forget to pay your taxes because Uncle Sam is real. Don't forget to pay your taxes so it can be pissed away in some distant war or given to some scam internally. Pretty cool, huh? Taxes are so cool, man. I swear it's just for the roads. I swear we're not going to funnel that money to any other random project. Say ooh-woo. I think I've done ooh-woo before. Ooh-woo. Super fun live streams talking about us. We're super fun. That's true. You guys have made these live streams super fun. Super and duper fun. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, your taxes go to more than just potholes. That'll get them pissed off in the comments, right, guys? Burped ooh-woo. 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 All right. Well, here we are, guys. We have reached the end. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's just $1 a month over there to get early access to all the audio as soon as I edit it and get it up. Otherwise, it'll be on YouTube, same time, same place. I appreciate it if you watch it right when it comes out, 9 p.m. EST. Da fuck boom. Just kidding. Let's read. Did you see the Defuck Boom channel changed their name to Skibbity? Pretty sick, honestly. Really intelligent change, I think. But yeah, I'll be back streaming Sunday. Like I said, you can follow my story on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date. I'll probably change my notifications on there. 2 pictures of Pradeep, so that's exciting. That's exciting. You get to see my cat. It's my fucking cat, dude. Everyone loves cats. All right. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thanks for being awesome. Be nice to each other and go to the gym when you can. All right. Bye-bye.